to the Star and the Lantern Tarot. So today is Podcast Thursday, and we're just going to be talking about a topic that I had picked out from a long time ago. I'll just wait for y'all to come in, though, while I set up, if you don't mind, and then we shall carry on. But this is not a tarot reading, all right? This is not a tarot reading. Hello, Be Better. This is not a tarot reading. This is Podcast Thursday. All right. So remember, okay, before you guys start pounding in those questions, it's Podcast Thursday. It's not a tarot reading. All right. And I'll just let people come in if that's okay. I'm doing great, Dwayne. It's Podcast Thursday. This is not tarot readings. If you want to just stick around and chit chat, that's fine. If you don't, that's fine. Ooh, let me mute that. So that's fine. But anyway, we're just going to be chit chatting today. It's because it's a late day, and I figured this would be a nice time. Nice to finally see you. Yeah, when I get to 10,000 subscribers, I'll actually be live all the time, like this. So this is just a special treat for you guys on podcast. I don't think you'd want to see the desk while discussing topics. I don't think you'd want to. Anyway. All right. Where am I from? I am from Arkansas. If you can't tell by that southern accent. All right, let me also get one more thing brought up here. One moment. All right, just gonna be chit chatting. I think I can probably put a chair down. Hang on. Oh, I gotta mute. Just gonna be chit chatting. Yeah, let's mute that. There we go. Okay. So, all right. We are just having a little chit chat. So, Podcast Thursdays are going to be about supernatural subjects, okay? Today's subject is about spellcasting, witches, and if it's true. Can somebody actually cast a spell against you? Are witches real? What does that require? What does that mean? All right, that's the topic for today. Now, usually, though, before I do the podcast, I actually give you a astrology breakdown by zodiac sign before we get into the topic. That way, that lets everybody get in here and, get comfortable. Make sure if you guys are in it for the long haul, though, you get your drinks and you get your snacks, okay? I got mine. I got my drink, all right? And I got my snack. So, make sure you guys get your drinks and your snacks, okay? All right. It's a treat to see you. Thank you. It's a treat to be here always. All right. So, wow, this thing. All right, one moment. Why? All right, so I don't know like where everybody is, but we're gonna just go on with the chit chat, and if people fall in, I guess they fall in. It's kind of early. It's 4:33, and I didn't say I'd be here until 5. So unless you guys just want to wait and get to know each other, I don't know. Trying to figure out time difference. Lisa, it is 4:34 p.m. with me right now. I am Central Time, United States. I am in Arkansas. All right, I am in Arkansas. So I have the tablet here to read questions, and I have the computer over there to make sure that what you guys are seeing, I'm seeing. That's how I know when the internet gets to being shit. It's by the computer over here. So, all right. Hello, motivation. I guess people are just still rolling in. I don't know. So it's just podcast Thursday, right? We're just gonna be talking about things. I got 42 subjects that be covering one subject at a time every Thursday. Okay. The reason why I pick Thursdays is it's a late night for me anyway, because I have to pick up Trip from daycare around 4. I'm not going to be back until about now 4:35. And not only that, but I wanted to offer more to the channel besides just tarot readings. Even though you guys love the tarot readings, I know, I get it, but I just wanted to ugh, Manji, please go away. Bible thumpers. Gotta love them. So anyway, hello, Rick. So anyway, I wanted to do something different on one of the days that I'm actually live. So at Thursdays, because it's such a short day, that even if nobody rolled in to be here, it wouldn't matter to me. I guess people can catch this later because it always does upload. But let's see, how many people do I have in here? 18, 20. All right. So, today's topic is going to be, today's topic is going to be, can witches really cast spells and do they work? All right, that is today's topic. Can witches really cast spells and do they work? Now, before we go into that topic, that is a topic that I want to discuss with you. And you are welcome to ask questions in chat. All right, that's why I got the chats up both here and there, so I don't miss your questions. It's not just me yapping my pie hole and you sitting on the other side of the screen going, uh-huh, uh-huh, uh-huh. All right, I want to talk to you. I want you to ask questions. I want you to share your story on the platform. All right. It ain't just me showcasing. If you're here and you're watching, I want you to tell people your story. I want you to be, back and forth with me and other people in the chat. All right. That's the whole person for, that's the whole purpose for this podcast. Okay. So, but today's podcast is, can witches really cast spells and do they work? Okay. That is the podcast subject. But now that I got you here, let's go with the zodiac signs for the week and how the planets are affecting you as your zodiac for the week. Okay. I got it all broke down from Aries to Pisces. I'll start reading with Aries, what you need to look forward to for the week. All right. Because Saturn is moving, Uranus is moving, Jupiter is moving, and there's another one that I can't remember now. That is actually moving houses. Okay. That's going to affect all of us. All right. We got a lot of big changes coming in. All right. So, what the changes for your week per zodiac sign. All right. If you're an Aries, okay, this week coming up, this is a time to connect to your roots, end family drama, and make peace with loved ones. All right. If you can. All right. Work life will feel unbalanced. Career goals may keep you away from family. So basically, you may be working a lot of hours and not really being home a lot. And it is a good time to get out and make new friends if you're an Aries. All right. If you're a Taurus, all right, your astrology week ahead. Stop putting things off that need to get done and catch up on your errands. It's a good week for that. All right. You may seem alone on personal values this week. So basically, whatever's a personal value to you, you may seem like you stand alone and not other people agree. All right. And then now is the time to go after goals. All right. If you're a Gemini, your astrology week ahead is get out of your comfort zone. This is a great week for self-care. All right. Some shady people may try to enter your space. Keep to yourself around those people, but stay open to different ideas. All right, that is going to be your astrology for the week. Gemini, Cancer, your astrology for the week ahead. All right, it's all about you this week. You'll have a new outlook on life. Focus on self-improvement. But this isn't a week for love. Sorry, this isn't a week for love because you can't get on the same page with other people. Your life is changing in weird and wonderful ways. All right. If you're Cancer. If you're a Leo, the week ahead for you on the astrology, it says start looking at your habits and determine what needs to be let go of to live your best life. Right? Tie up loose ends as needed. Be productive. This week, the me shifts into we. All right? As you build partnerships. This is a good week, Leo, to build partnerships if you haven't already. All right? Next up is Virgo. All right, Virgo. Wishes are coming true this week. Good karma is paying off. All right. If you're in a relationship, date nights are needed. If you're single, be brave and confess how you feel. It's a great time to start healthy habits. All right. If you're a Libra, your week ahead for astrology is your hard work is paying off this week. Take a bow. All right. Co-workers or people in your circle may be keeping you busy with petty tasks. So it may be a good week to say no. Who knows? All right. Oh, don't make the camera jump though. Nice. Claire Bear wants to say hello. You got to get in here, Claire Bear.
Hi.
All right. If you're Scorpio, this is the week of enlightenment and soul searching. All right. Don't get too bogged down with details this week. Don't waste a good opportunity by looking for negatives. This is a good week for focusing on your private life. If you're a Scorpio, that is your week ahead for astrology. Sagittarius, all right. This may be a week of now or never. Change things for the better or walk away. You may have great ideas that seem beyond the scope, but they're not. All right. So you may have ideas that seem strange and weird and way out there. No. All right. It's a good time to work on it if you're Sagittarius. Capricorn, taking relations to the next level. All right. Speak with ease and get your point across. A good week for investments, of course. When is Capricorn not ever investing money? All right. Aquarius. All right. Your week ahead astrology. Develop good habits for a better life. Practice self-acceptance. Move forward on your true worth and forget past mistakes. Let your freak flag fly. Let your freak, oh my gosh, let your freak flag fly. Say that 3 times fast. This week and try new things. All right. And Pisces, last but never not least. All right. Pisces, you may feel extra playful this week. All right. Find and do your favorite things this week. All right. This is a good week for setting boundaries and getting rid of mental stress. All right. Getting rid of mental stress. All right. Nice hair. Thanks, I guess. All right. So that is your astrology forecast for the week. Now, let's get back to the podcast topic. The podcast topic this week is, all right. Sorry for my voice. One moment. Are witches real? And can they really cast spells? All right. The definition of a witch, according to the dictionary, is... I was just there. Hang on. Good griefus. Hang on. Let me do this. let me dog ear this. All right. And you guys can be chit-chatting in here. All right. You know, just like I said, it's not just about listening to me yap. Okay. You guys can be talking to each other and asking questions. All right. Here we go. All right. So the term witch in the dictionary is a person with magic powers. And witchcraft is magic for evil purposes. Now, me also doing spellcasting, I can guarantee you that I hardly ever spellcast for evil. Now, I'm not saying that that's not always the case. Of course, there's black magic, voodoo, hoodoo, curses, hexes, blah, 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 and all that shit, all right? But I'm going to probably guess that 80% of us who practice witchcraft are not doing it for evil. We're not trying to take over the world. We're not trying to steal a husband. We're not trying to get the money. A lot of us that are doing witchcraft are probably doing spells for us to make sure that we're good, to make sure that we're on the right path, to make sure that we're doing things that we're supposed to be doing in alignment. I'm not going to say that, I'm not going to sit here and say that witchcraft is always somebody that's no, all right. And that's not even about spellcasting anyway. Spellcasting literally is about your intention. When you pray, that's spellcasting. Whether you believe that or not, you are praying with intention to somebody upstairs. That's spellcasting. You're creating a spell. That's why they say words are spells. Spelling bee. Because you're spelling words. Words are spells. Words have vibration. Words have meaning. So, I like your rings. Thank you, Isabel. So, what do you guys think? Have you ever casted a spell? Have you ever come across a witch? Do you believe that witches are going to hell? What do you think? What are you on about? Definitely not you, brains. Definitely not you. So, do you guys have any stories about witches? Now, as I've said before, I come from a line of family members, female mostly, that have cast spells. I can remember playing with the Ouija board or being around the Ouija board since I was 2. I remember doing seances or watching the aunts and my mom and cousins do seances when I was 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I honestly think that probably the last time that we did a Ouija board in our house, I was probably 14. So from 2 years old to 14 years old is a really long time to fuck with a Ouija board. Just saying. So I have probably seen a thing. 2, 3, 4. I have seen seances work. I have seen them table tip. I have had where they said knock once for 1, knock yes for 2. But I'm going to tell you that the more that the women were around that big table, the more it worked. So I'm probably going to say that seances and spellcrafting and anything like that probably works better with more people because everybody is putting their vibration and energy and frequency into the thing that they're doing. So, can you read someone's aura? I have not ever been taught to do that, Tamalini. No, I'm not. I've not ever been. My rhinestone glasses are stunning. Thank you. So Haley says, I've done a Ouija board and I do read cards, but nowhere near Wendy's standards. I also do mediumship. Now, I don't claim to be a medium, but I do channel through the cards. Like, I can tell, when I made your guys' past life cards that you guys asked for, on the tarot readings, I channeled all those messages that I wrote down on these cards. I did channel these messages. But I was meaning to, I was meaning to channel these messages. I knew that because you guys had all asked me, do I have any messages from the other side? Then I had made a plan to get up one morning and channel these messages from the other side so I could give them to you. And a lot of old people came through with very good messages. Um, you know, Basically just basic stuff though, but stuff that they had learned when they aren't here anymore, what they fucked up on when they were here. And a lot of the channel messages from the other side, from your grandma and your grandpa, is literally about time. Time spent with something, time spent with someone, time spent doing the things you love. That is important to them because now that they're gone, not here, and they're up there, they realize they didn't do that. And they realize that they made a mistake not doing that. They realize they made a mistake working all them hours. They realize they made a mistake putting their career first over the family. So when you do the cards, you get messages as well from out there. Now, if you're going to be a tarot card reader, it's good to have the basics. It really is. It's good. But not all tarot cards will give you the same message. No. All right. And I think that when people make a tarot deck through their art, it's how they're portraying or seeing what their download is about the card. And I think that's why the artwork is, so drastically different from one art or one card deck to another. It's because what the Seven of Pentacles is to you may not be what the Seven of Pentacles is to me. And if you have all these people that are creating tarot card decks, they're actually putting their own interpretation. I'm not saying that's wrong, though, because that's still a download. They're still getting a download to put the art on the card. It's just what they're getting a download from their guides or from their higher self, or, how they're mentally picturing what the Seven of Pentacles means. So what your gifts? Can you hear and see spirits? Now, I don't know about, I see a lot of shadows. I can see shadows. I see shadow people. I don't see like full-figured people, I don't see full-figured people. Like if somebody, was just be standing in front of me, I don't see full-figured people like that. But I can see shadows move, and I do hear, but now I think what I'm hearing though are mimics. And I think everybody has the chance to hear a mimic if there's a mimic around, because that's what mimics do. Mimics are to create a confusion for you to think that you're talking to somebody else that you're not, and to have you follow them. All right. So I hear stuff like that. Now I'm going to tell you that one time when I was in Oklahoma, remember that just recently, this last Thanksgiving, when I went to Oklahoma, I don't know what that was, but I had a voice, and it was a man's voice, not in my ear. It was like a thought, but it wasn't a voice that I've never heard. And it said, the power's going to go out. And I remember just watching the kids play, and it was a nice day. And I was like, the power's going to go out. And I was looking, because in Oklahoma, you can see forever in all directions. And I was looking because if a storm's coming in, you can see it from miles away. It's so flat. And I was looking around, looking for storms, looking for something, checking the weather. The power shouldn't be going out. There's nothing going on. And then about a half hour later, I heard the man's voice go, the power's going to go out. And I was like, power's going to go out? Why? Why is the power going to go out? And then, like the third time, the power's going to go out. And it was a man's voice. And I just was like, you know, whatever. So if the power goes out, it goes out. But I didn't really see why. Why would the power be going out? There's no storm. Everything's good. Yeah. 10 o'clock that night, the power went out. Now, that experience I've never had before. That would be the first experience. When I got home, I had asked that voice, hey, if you're going to talk to me, can you talk to me here in Arkansas? It never has. I've never got that voice back. So I'm going to probably say that that was a land, something about the land, something about, you know, that voice being attached to that house or that land, because there are land ghosts, there are house ghosts, there are the spirits that are attached. And I'm going to say probably that voice was probably that. Now, as strong as that message was, very clear and not in my voice, that would be the first time I've ever done it. And so far, it's the last time I've ever done it. So, did I miss any questions? If you have a question, just say me and I'll click on your name. But anyway, I think we got off to, you know, voices because I was reading the questions. But I think that the only reason why spell casting works against other people, like hexes and curses, is because, okay, say I did black magic, all right, and say Irene, okay, we'll just pick on Irene because she's in here. Say that I put an hex on Irene. Never that I would. All right, just go with me here. Say I put a hex on Irene, okay? I would literally have to somehow let Irene know that I put a hex on her, because if Irene never knew that I hexed her, she could not mentally give power to the hex by worrying about it or by thinking about it. If I just sat here and hexed her, I don't think it would ever affect her if she never knew. So I want to somehow let her know through a text, through a phone call, Irene, I don't like you. Guess what? Watch out. Okay. So now Irene's like, what the fuck? Now it's in her head. And now those wheels are spinning. And now guess what? Because where the mind goes, energy flows. So now what did I do? I just put the thought of me doing something against her in her head. And now those wheels are spinning in her head about, uh-oh, what did she do? What's going on? What do I need to look out for? Well, I got a warning. Now the hex works. Do you see what I mean by that? Only can you do that to somebody and then they ruminate about it, will it work? That is my belief. If I was just here and I was like, I don't like Irene, and in goes, I don't know, mugwort, and in goes a spider, and in goes spinach, and I mix it all up because I don't like Irene and never tell her about it, guess what? She's always going to be on my channel. Hi, Wendy. How are you? And you're not going to be affected because she doesn't know about it. So she cannot energetically give energy to the thing that I did against her. You see how that works? So I think that's why spell casting, as far as like hexes and black magic, I think that's what makes it work. I don't think it's about somebody's intentions against you, but they have to tell you somehow that that's what's going on so that you can think about it and think about it and worry 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 about it. And then you make it happen. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? All right. That is why black magic and hexes work. Now, let's turn it around though. If I was creating a thing for me, of course it's going to work. It's my intention going into the magic spell. It's my intention. If I take rose petals for love, and I take lilacs for happiness, and I take mugwort for beauty, and I take John's thistle for knowledge, and I take a tiger's eye for protection, and I make a little concoction, and I put it all in a candle with intention, and I burn the candle, yes, it's going to work for me because I intended it to work for me. Because I also gave that my thought and my intention. And that is why spells work. So now, love spells work because it's a conundrum. Love spells work because it's love. It's not you're trying to harm somebody, you're trying to kill somebody, you're trying to poison somebody. You want somebody to break lights or break lines to go out while they're going down a hill 90 miles an hour and crash on the mountain. It's a love spell. I love you. I love you. And I want to spend the rest of my life with you. And in my heart, I know you're the one for me. And I love you. And I love you. And I go to a spell person and I tell them, I love this person and I want to spend the rest of the time with them. And you see how I'm getting emotional? It's because it's intention. So I'm going to, as a spellcaster, create that spell because now I got all this. I got all this emotion and I got all this from you and I'm feeling it too. And I can put that love spell all together, tailor-made for you. But you are going against somebody's will. You can't do that. You can't. As much as you want to. That will backfire on you 110% of the time. All right? You can't. Don't do it. If you're a spellcaster, no. You have to say no to that. If you want somebody that bad, make sure that the universe knows that you want somebody that bad. Not a spellcaster. Do not cast love spells. You are going against the will of somebody else. And I'm going to tell you 110%, it will not work. Ever. You will break up. And it will be the worst breakup that you ever had. You know why? Because you changed the will of that person to love you against their will, and it won't work. You are making a mistake. That's why you never ask for somebody that you're not supposed to be with. That's why you never take an ex back. It's because it's not meant for you. It was a lesson that you needed to learn, or this was somebody that is not meant to be with you in your time. And remember, you can have more than one soulmate. Okay? You could have 5 soulmates. Your boyfriend can be a soulmate, and then you get with a coworker, and they could be a soulmate. And you can meet somebody down the road that just moved in, and they can be a soulmate. But you can only have one soulmate at the time. Okay? Now, if you break up with somebody and you get with another one, by all means. But that's the only reason why love spells work. 100%, 110%, you should never, ever do spell work for love. Ever. Never. It'll come back and bite you every time. All right? But I honestly think that spell work works with intention. It's with intention. It's about your intention. That is why it works. It's because you have physically out of your mouth, said the words, wrote them down, made a spell, gathered all your ingredients, because it's all about intention, putting intention into that spell. That's why it works. If you don't have intention, it'll never work. That's why manifesting is all about intention. Manifesting is spell work. It is 100%, 110%. It is spell work. Manifesting is. That's all it is. It's about you believing in the words that you say. You knowing that the universe will come to your aid when you want it to. All right? Oh, thank you. No, you can't make somebody love you, no matter what. All right. Hi. Valron's like, I see you. Vision boards are spells too. They sure are. Because it's pictures. It's pictures. You look at that, you look at that vision board every day. And you're like, I want that car. I want that house. I'm imagining that car. I'm imagining that house. I'm imagining that money. I'm imagining the bling bling. I'm imagining the ching ching. I'm imagining the ding ding. Yeah, it's all about spell work too. So, is this your first time? No, this is not my first time. Remember Halloween? I was on live, guys. Go to my Halloween special. That's when we gave away tarot decks. Besides my own family, though, I have never run across a witch. Ever. And I've been to a lot of places. I've never, ever come across a witch. Besides my own family. Have any of you, do you believe any of you have ever come across a witch? Have any of you ever come across a witch? Do you think you have? Maybe? Valron says, I've come across people with negative stuff attached to them. Attachments. Yes. All right. Let me, since I got you, if you ever believe that somebody has an attachment, frankincense oil is your friend. Frankie. Get Frankie. And you want to put Frankie back here on the neck. If anybody's going to get an attachment, it's going to be here. You know why? Because women's hair is always up and men's hair is always short. And we do this, and the back of the neck is always bare, no matter how many jackets we're wearing, no matter if we got a hat on. The back of the neck is always bare. The back of the neck is the best place for a demon or an evil spirit to attach to you, because it is right where the cerebral to your brain and controls your body. If you're going to have an attachment, it is going to be in the back of that neck. That's why when you guys watch all these ghost hunters and ghost adventurers and people who go to the haunted house, they get scratched and it's always the back of the neck. That's why. That's a vulnerable spot. If you have an attachment, or if you think somebody has an attachment, frankincense oil, and if it's powerful, you can add coconut oil as a carrier, put it in the back of the neck. All right? And that'll help you not get an attachment. I used to ghost hunt a lot. Now, nobody ever got an attachment with the groups that I've always went ghost hunting with. Nobody's ever got an attachment. But now my daughter-in-law, when she was pregnant with her first baby, she used to go with us, and it used to make me so nervous. I was like, everybody surround that woman because she was carrying a baby, ghost hunting. And I was like, no, but she wanted to go. So I was like, well, I mean, if you want to go, I'm not your mama. I was her mother-in-law, but if you want to go, I can't stop you from going. I wouldn't suggest ghost hunting while pregnant. So What about dreams? Does dreams tell something about this? Dreams are never what they seem. Never. If you dream about, I'll just give you, for instance, if you dream about a dog finding a bone and bringing it to you, the dream is literally about a friend that has a worry that's probably going to come to you for advice. The dream is never about what you're dreaming about. That's why Dream Dictionary is so important to have. I have a book, but I like the online sources too. If you have a dream, what you need to do is write down every detail that you can remember. And then you're going to get online and you're going to put Dream Dictionary blue, Dream Dictionary dog, Dream Dictionary collar, Dream Dictionary grass, Dream Dictionary bone. And everything that you get, you're going to piece it together. That dream is not going to be about a dog. That dream is not going to be about a bone. And that dream is not even going to be about you. So, dreams always are different. Dreams are always different. Did you guys have any questions, though? I don't know if I'm... Yes, frankincense. Yes. Varan, frankincense oil. Mm-hmm. Yes. All right, I'm just checking the chat and seeing if I got any questions. So, do you have any dreams about witches, witchcraft? Have you come across a witch ever? Have you ever created a spell? You know, the one thing that you really need to be careful is when you're mad and you create a spell. Have you ever done that? I've done that one time and I've learned my lesson. When I was pregnant with my first kid, I wanted to go for a walk. And I mean, I was out to here. I was big pregnant. And I wanted to go for a walk. And I wanted baby daddy to go for a walk with me. But baby daddy said no because baby daddy wanted to work on the motorcycle. And that really pissed me off. Because as a pregnant woman living in the city, I didn't think that I should be walking in case something happened. But I really wanted to go for a walk and I really wanted to exercise. And pregnant women just want what they want and they want it now. And he said no. He said, I'm gonna work on this motorcycle. I'm not gonna go with you. And I was mad. I was mad. I was hot. It's like, you son of a bitch. I hope that motorcycle blows up. Yeah. Well, come to find out that while I was away on my walk, and I didn't get very far before I turned around and come back because I just was really uncomfortable. Come to find out that when he was working on the motorcycle and they had just put the gas tank on it and filled it up full of gas. Well, when they filled it up full of gas and they went back a gas line come out of the tank, down the motorcycle, on the grass to the tank or to the thing that they carry gas in, the gas jug. Baby daddy at the time was smoking and throw that cigarette right on that gas line. And they said that they watched that flame go whoop, and they covered the gas tank with their hand. So he had to stand there because he knew the minute he pulled the hand off of the gas tank and air hit that, because it was full of gas. So he had to stand there with his hand over that tank. And when I come home, that's what him and my brother-in-law was standing there trying to figure out how in the fuck to get him away from that motorcycle. Because they watched that flame go right in that gas tank and he covered it with his hand. So he's standing there, you know, with the hands over the hole. I said, "What are you doing?" And Jesse's like, get back. And I was like, what's fucking going on? And so they told me what happened and that the flame went in there and then they covered it really quick. I just got done saying, I hope that fucking thing blows up on you. So we were like, well, what do we do? Do we call the fire department? You know, like what do we need to do here? Do we call the fire department, or, you know, does he just take his hand away and run or something like that? I think we ended up just getting a mattress off the bed, getting it like as much between him and the tank. And then when he let go, somebody was just gonna kick the mattress. And I think that ended up what we did. And it did go boom. It didn't hurt anybody, but you got to be careful when you're mad about not being like, ooh, I hope something, or I hope that fucking thing blows up on you, just like I did. Don't be careful when you're mad and you're aiming words at somebody, because chances are it's probably gonna happen. So I don't know, Georgia. I don't know. I think anger is a whole different breed when it comes to spell casting. Or I think anger, I think just the power of anger behind words. I don't know. I would think if anything was going to break a barrier, it would be that. I think it would be anger. Honestly. I do. I think anger. I think anger is just like I said, it's a dog of another breed. And if you say words out of anger, and it has to be righteous anger, you know. It has to be real anger, not petty anger. Oh, well, that bitch just ate all my ice cream. I hope she chokes. No, not like that. I mean, like, if you were here, I'd punch you in the face. Anger. I think if you have that kind of anger and you say words, I don't know. I think it could be a barrier breaker. I do. So, I really do. I'm reading your guys' chats here. Yeah, anger is Mars energy. Anna, it was last year Christmas a year ago. How no one tell me really hurts. What was last Christmas, hon? What did I miss? One neighbor was over in the yard, and I told my wife, I got pain meds for you, and I jumped up and grabbed his throat. Damn, girl. My friend's son committed suicide. Oh, that's sad. I disagree. If you stay grounded in a tune with your higher self, nothing can touch you. Yeah, well, that's just it, though. Georgia, think about that. Think about what you just said. How many people do you know that is really grounded? How many people do you know that really knows themselves? How many people do you know that isn't just out in the universe willy-nillying their life with no rhyme or reason or moral compass? I myself don't know that many people that are grounded. And I would say I'm the only one, besides maybe Regina, my cousin, who also does spell work. There's not that many people that even know what grounded is. So yes, I believe that that's not going to save somebody. Sorry. So, sorry. Like I said, I don't think you know that many people that are grounded unless you're just in that community. And that's not a big community. There's not that many people that's got that idea. What is my life path number? I'm an 8. We actually did life path on the other. Look, the podcast that I did before this is probably like a month or two ago. It's about life numbers, and it's a whole big spill. If you guys are interested in backtracking, I go over life path numbers your soul destiny number, your life path number. Yeah, that was actually my first podcast. Yep. You're a 10, Georgia, so you're a 1. Belial, tell us about some ancient deities. That's not the subject, honey. I don't even have that subject in my... You're a 9. So... Yeah, I'm not doing ancient deities. Now, I have cards. I actually made you guys cards about, um, I actually made you guys cards about working with ancient deities. Nobody has ever asked me, though, about what deities should they be working with, but I did make cards about ancient deities. Now, we're not doing that now. I'm just saying, if you ever want to know what ancient deity that you should be working with, you can ask me when we're doing the regular readings, or like tomorrow is Free for All Friday. If you guys are going to be here tomorrow, you can ask me. There's actually a deck for that. I actually have a deck for everything. Tamalina says, I just know astrology and numerology, but your subjects are really interesting. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, I'm going to ask for that. Thank you, Wendy. You're welcome. You're always, 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 always. Yeah, the subject is, are witches real and can they really cast spells? I think witchcraft is real. I think witches are real. I think it's about as real as cowboys. Honestly, I think it's just a lifestyle. So, if you're going to ask me if witches are real, I think so. Witchcraft is real. Yes. I do believe so. Hello, lovely Scorpio. I've called karma on some. Oh, got them fast. Do any of you have any stories? Like, I feel like I'm the one who's just chit-chatting here. Anybody got any stories? This craft is more ancient than some newer civilizations. Oh, yeah. I mean, you know, Egyptians. Yes. You know, Egyptians did spells. You know, Rome did spells. Yes. Do you consider yourself a witch? No. I used to. I used to consider myself a gray witch. But I got a reading from somebody, and she actually said I'm an alchemist. And I kind of believe that because I remember one time I had a dream where this guy came out of my closet and told me something about, I always, like, I hear the word, but I don't think I'm saying it right. The man told me about transmuting, turning one thing into another. It is alchemy. But he had a trans word for it. And I always forget it. It's not transport. Even though he did say that I could do that if I could figure out how to make objects appear right in my hand. But you know what he said? This is what he said, and it's kind of really freaky. But if you think about it, it kind of makes sense. Okay, say you wanted an ounce of gold in your hand. To have an ounce of gold appear in your hand, you have to have an ounce of something to take its place. Does that make sense? That's what he was telling me before I found out that I was an alchemist. He said, if you wanted to have something appear, you had to have the equal thing in its place to take its place on the other side. Does that make sense? It makes sense to me. And when I woke up, I was like, whoa. But I never went into it more than that. Because I figured if it was meant for me, I'd have it anyway without stealing it. Because basically that's what you're doing, right? Stealing it from another place. I mean, if it was meant for you, it would find you. I don't need to be stealing people's gold or rubies or whatever. So yeah. But that's what he told me in my dream. He said, if you want something to appear, you have to have the same measurement take its place to have it appear. And then I got but that was a dream. And then I got a reading, and she said, you're not a witch, you're an alchemist. You can take the dark and the light and transmute it together and make it work for you. And so I stopped calling myself a witch, and now I call myself an alchemist. So. Oh, let me see here. Grace says, when telekinesis... No, telekinesis I think is more of a brainwave. It's like transmute, transform, transpose. I thought the word was transpose. And that may be correct. Transpose. One thing for another. I always forget the word though. Grace says, when I was a child, I always dreamt about a lady in a window with white hair in a 2-story house. She feels familiar, but I don't know who she is. And then I'm being chased through the woods by something with yellow eyes. And then I'm falling off building, followed by red eyes, but I can't move or scream. Well, anytime you have a dream and where you can't move or scream, that's paralysis, dream paralysis or something like that. I would definitely, Grace, I would be probably looking up everything. When you do some dream research on that, Grace, you need to look up lady, window, white hair, 2-story house, chased, woods, red, yellow, falling, and then put all that together, and it's not going to be anything like you're dreaming. It's actually going to be something tailor-made just for you that the universe wants you to know. So, say value if you want to receive. Well, see, that's just it, Tamalini. It's not the same value. He didn't say it had to be the same value. He didn't say, like, I had to have a pound of gold trying to get a pound of gold. Or a pound of money, a pound of coin for a pound of gold. He didn't say it had to be the same value. He just said it had to weigh the same and be pretty much in the same shape. He said nothing about value. As long as it's the weight, on a scale, right? You can weigh a paperclip, and then you can weigh a piece of paper. They're totally different sizes, but they still weigh the same. It's like that. He did not say that it had to be the same value. He just said it had to be the same physics, the same weight as the thing I'm trying to bring in. It's what he said. Anna, I told her sis, no idea I left. A 5-year daughter survived. I went to see, she came in my dreams when she was at work and told Anna, I'm not dead, I'm right here. Anytime you dream of a dead person, you are talking to them. You do see them. All right. Anytime you dream of somebody who has passed on into the afterlife and you dream about them, you are really seeing them. Lovely. I bought my first deck of tarot. I'm waiting for the rest to come in. Nice. All right. The Funny Witch, I'm on top of that. It's giving Indiana Jones. Remember the line from The Wall. David Gilmour sings, when I was a child, I had a fever. My hands felt just like two balloons. Irene says, Wendy, it's funny how I figured out half of this stuff that was going on because they were talking to me through the vehicle. And then I blew the whole family's mind by repeating things. Yes. That I had no way of knowing. Yes. What about dreams about people I've never met? Any dreams about people are either people that you're going to meet, because this is an energy exchange. And remember that you have a whole big life ahead of you. You got people that you're still going to meet. So the thesis is that when you dream of people, they're people that you are still to meet in this lifetime, or that these are aspects of yourself. Like, say you met a beautiful woman. You don't know her name. You've never seen her before, but she's just beautiful. That's you. You're beautiful. That's you. You just don't see yourself in that light. Nobody does. Every time anybody looks in the mirror, they're like, but if you see beautiful people in your dream, those are aspects of you and your beauty and the traits that make you beautiful to other people. So you need to pay attention. But a lot of times those people are also people you haven't met yet that you are going to meet someday. All right? Just like when I wrote my book. The book was about, actually, the book was in 2006, and it was about rescuing children that people were stealing to drink their blood. It was way before adrenochrome was even a thing. It was way before we found out Jeffrey Epstein and P. Diddy was trafficking children. Way before that. But the reason why I wrote the book is I kept having dreams that angels was leading me to children, and I was saving them out of the hands of monsters. People wanted to kill them. In my dream, the reason why I knew they were angels is because they had those bright blue eyes, and they never talked to me. They were just always there, and they would just, like, if I had children and I was like, come on, come on, come on, come on, I just look in the crowd. I would see those bright blue eyes. I'd be like, that's the way we got to go. And then I'd make it to that spot. That angel would be gone. I would look around. I'd look for some bright blue eyes. I'd see it over there. That's the way we got to go. And they were always leading me with these children to get to safety. And that's what the book was about. Except that of course, it's was fiction, not real. So I kind of took Tomb Raider and mixed it with Constantine. And it was about saving children. So it is a fantasy with demons and shit like that. My book is. It's 365 pages. I may AMSR that book. I may do that. After I read the book about the sexy stuff, I may ASMR that. But I wrote a book about that because it had just a lot of interesting things. So I got worried there for a second. About what? What are you worried about? What you worried about there, Kurt? Yeah, they are definitely sacrificing children. So the thing is that when they get children scared, like out of their wits scared, that's when the adrenochrome is flowing in their blood. That's when them, and because that blood that's packed with the adrenochrome from them kids just being out of their mind scared, and they drink it. It says it is the best high that they could ever experience. And a lot of people kind of come to the conclusion that that may be what the fountain of youth is for real. Kurt, it's the real thing. It's not made up. You need to go do your homework. You definitely need to go do your homework. Look up adrenochrome. It's a real thing. No, it's not crazies. The elite are doing it. The elite are doing it. No, it's not just crazy people that have lost their mind. Nope. Wrong. You need to go way back and do your homework, Kurt. Look at underwater tunnel or undercity tunnels or underground tunnels. Look at adrenochrome. Look at who was that? Hillary Clinton and was it it was Hillary Clinton and the lady that did the spirit cooking of children. Look up spirit cooking. I mean, there's all kinds of shit, Kurt. You're not going to find it on Google because Google's protecting those people. Where you need to go is Rumble. If you want to find out about adrenochrome, children getting massacred for their blood, being in a scared state, go to Rumble. It's on Rumble. It's also on, or it used to be on Telegraph. I don't know if it is anymore, though. But yes, it is a real thing. Spirit cooking is the same. Basically, a body that they cook and serve on a platter to these elites, and people are actually eating. Cannibalism, spirit cooking. So, oh, you okay? No, I know. You know, I know. People are ridiculous. Yes, Pizzagate. Yeah. Go look at the Jennifer Aniston and Adam Sandler. They did a interview with somebody, I can't remember, and they were talking about pizza. They were talking about Jennifer Aniston throws the best pizza parties ever. She's got so many toppings. Or toppings. Sorry. So many toppings. Yeah, go look at that interview. And that's Adam Sandler and Jennifer Aniston. As a matter of fact, there was a guy that I just watched on YouTube that was giving the P. Diddy list. Mark Hamill's on that. Luke Skywalker. Mark Hamill. I'm like, there's nothing sacred in the world. Yep, Bohemian Gardens. Yep. What's going on with this world? Look, this is not God's world. No matter what religion tells you, no matter what the churches say, Earth is the planet for Lucifer. And if you are a Bible reader, then you should know that God threw those angels to Earth. Why? Out of all the planets, out of all the galaxies, out of everywhere that God could have put fallen angels, they landed here on Earth. You want to know why? Earth belongs to the dark ones. That's why we are here. We are here to learn our lessons, and we are here for karma, because in the past life, we were bad. So now we got to repeat it, and you're going to keep repeating it until you learn your lessons. This earth, this rock that we're all on, is the planet of retribution, but it does belong to Lucifer. This is not a planet of God or Jesus or anybody. What does the Church of Scientology do? They are so sketchy. Jaquisha, I just think that they're just another form of like Masons, you know, like they believe like they're the chosen ones. They believe in magic, black magic. They believe in, you know, stuff like that. But I think it's just another form of, like I said, Masons, or another form of, you know, the shitheads that do all the dark stuff against us. Illuminati. I think it's just another form of that, honestly. I think Scientology is. And here I am, a vegetarian. Irene's every other sentence is, wow. They're money hungry? Mm-hmm. Yes. Hello, Mika. Anyway, so the topic is about witches and do spells really work? And yes, I do believe spells really work. So, wow. I need a wow button. I think I have one. Hang on, let me get my wow button. Wow. Wow. I really don't want to come to Earth again. I really need to get things better. So I was listening to two podcasters talk about when you die. And you know how they say, like, you're supposed to see the white light and you go into it? That's a trap. When you go into the white light, that's actually you reincarnating back. But between dying and between the white light, you have your life review. And it happens in a blink of an eye, even though it doesn't seem like it happens in a blink of an eye. And then you're being reincarnated right back into the earth plane. And they said that when you die, don't go into the light. When you die, like, take a left or a right and call out, and somebody will come get you, and you will never reincarnate to this earth again. And that's what they said. That's what they believe. Anyway. So, and they say that if you ever see your hands or a clock when you're dreaming, that's when you know you're lucid dreaming. If you can see a clock or your hands. And they say never to ask people what the date is. You'll get kicked right out of that dream fast. Really fast. Wow. So, I realized I travel to a few different places and sleep constantly at about 5 places. My dreams have always been vivid. I think they'll always be vivid. Last time I had a dream that a lot of times I dream like I'm not living in the house that I'm living in, but the house that I live in is more like a school, like more like a rundown school, which to me, I mean, I would be happy because there's so many possibilities about living in an old rundown school like that big. But for some reason, that's always where I live. And last night, my husband was bringing home free stuff, but there's cockroaches in it. And I didn't have a chance to actually look up what that meant. But I remember that I was stomping these cockroaches going, David, stop bringing this shit home. Where are you getting this stuff? Out of the dumpster? No, somebody just gave it to me. And I'm like stomping these cockroaches. And I woke up like, what the fuck? So I'm going to have to look up that dream. So I only did a fly around. I only had an out of the body experience dream one time that I can remember. And it was the dream where my belly button cord was connected to my real body belly button. And as long as that cord was flying with me, and I was just above all these houses flying around, as long as I could see that cord. But for some reason, something about that cord that attached me to my body, something about that cord was getting messed with or something like that. And I had to go back and get in my body again before I could wake up. And it pissed me off. I was so mad because I had a lot of fun flying around. So, hello, Crystal. Dances like the 60s show The Prisoner. What do you want? We want information. We want you in information. Yep. And they want you in line. Scientology. Yes. This like dis-ease for disease. Dis-ease. Dan, information. In formation. Yep. Words mean something if you break them up. Anna says, I dreamt about being kind of like in the Nile. I'm a tiny boat and I see others in the water and I keep finding treasures and coins. I bet that was a cool dream, Anna. Kurt says, I remember when I was a child, I used to dream of flying. And it's awesome. Yes. After a while, I stopped getting those dreams. Aw. Awakening my memories. Yeah. I only had one dream about that, about flying. A lot of my dreams before I wrote the book and probably therapeutically got rid of being chased. A lot of my dreams are about being chased. But the thing was is that I was always outsmarting the people. Like I remember one time I had a dream where I was being chased and I went down in this basement of this house. I just broke in to get away from these people that were trying to kill me. And I went down in the basement, and in the basement they had like wooden flower beds, like coffin size wooden flower beds. And I remember digging myself under one of them and putting the straw in my mouth so I could breathe. And I remember listening to them come down the steps and look around for me, and they couldn't never find me because I was in that flower bed with the straw in my mouth. Like I'm always outsmarting them that way. Like just 9 steps ahead of them. They could never get me. But yet they were always chasing me. I don't know. It's like the same dream too. I had a partner. He got shot. We were on the rooftop and we were spying. We were doing the spying thing, and a helicopter come up behind and shot my partner. And when I woke up, oh my God, my heart was so broke. I honestly think like that was somebody in my dream. My heart was just broke. I remember waking up just bawling. I don't even know who this guy was, and I never seen him again. I don't know who he is. I know what he looks like. But I have no idea. But I remember waking up. Somebody had died. I mean, I went through it. I experienced it. Like a part of me was missing. And I remember just waking up so brokenhearted. But so confused because it was a dream and I don't know this person. And I never met him. So, I don't know. Tamalini says, whenever I fly in my dreams, I see things, but I'm always protected by someone. Probably your higher self or your guardian angel is what I'm going to say. So, how many dreams do you have from running from baddies? I don't have them anymore. Ever since I wrote that book about helping the kids and dealing with demons and fighting demons and killing demons and saving children, I never had them again. And I just have really other weird dreams. Like really weird dreams. I have dreams. I actually have a lot of dreams about the readings. I think because they're on my mind, you know. Doing your guys' readings every day and connecting with you, even though we're across the screen. I know that you guys are feeling my energy, and I know I'm getting yours, even though it's across the screen. But a lot of the times the readings they keep me to where I'm dreaming about the readings, but I'm also awake. If that makes any sense. I don't know if any of you do that. Like you're light sleeping. Like if somebody was to make a loud noise or turn on the light, you're like, I'm up. But yet you're dreaming. Like you're in a dream state. I don't even know how that's possible, but now can't remember dreams. There is a T. Get you some blue lotus tea. That'll help you remember your dreams. All right? Crystal clarity. You need blue lotus tea. That's supposed to help you. Crystal clarity says, I always had dreams of being chased by a monster as a child and would wake up crying. Aww. Haley says, do you think that went up? Do you think you may have so many dreams with randoms and is because you channel so many people's energy? You know that's the thing though. When I channel your guys' energy, it's not bad. I don't get anything bad from any of you. I never have. So even if just like, say for instance, I pissed somebody else off that got on the channel. And then they get off the channel and they're like sending me bad vibes. I never get it. I don't know. I don't know if I'm just protected. I don't give a shit. Or like you said, or like I said, I don't pay attention enough to let that ruminate in my head to where shit like that could affect me. So, I don't know. But yes, I can pick up on your guys' energy. There's a lot of times because you don't see me, I'm trying not to cry. There's a lot of times that I can pick up your guys' feelings. And I try not to cry. Mika says, when I dream, I always wake up and I can still see the ending on, yes, what I'm dreaming. And it feels so real. Mika, I do that a lot too. Or I can wake up from a dream, go to the bathroom, go back to sleep and continue the dream. Like I never woke up. Do you guys do that too? I do that all the time, especially if it's a good dream. I'm like, ooh, like a bookmark. Stop, wait a minute, I gotta go pee, wash my hands, get back in bed, cover up. Okay, I'm ready to go. And then just carry on the dream. But sometimes those dreams, I'm so tired when I wake up because I feel like I never slept. So, I met the same man 3 times. First time, was by work. I ran up and said, Chuck, oh my God, how are you? He says, I'm Chuck, yet I don't know you. I said, from Bell Park, and he's, I don't know, it wasn't him. That's pretty neat, Anna. That's pretty neat. No, Chuck, really, it's me. You know me. Bitch, I don't know you. Yeah, you were in my dream last night, Chuck. Don't you remember? Jesus, Chuck. Jesus, Chuck, you fuck. You were in my dream last night. He's like, get the fuck away from me. Yes, I think they say try to sleep in the position that it doesn't matter what position I'm in. I think a lot of times, though, now that I come to think about it, I always wake up on my back. So it may be a back thing. Looks just like him. Ivo first says, my goodness, I suffer from something similar, except due to the fact that I wake up oh, I would hate that, Ivo. Yeah, what the fuck, Chuck? Because we are empaths. Hey, Miss Penny. Chuck be creeped out. Yeah. What the fuck, Chuck? You were in my dream last night. I mean, he'd have to believe you. Because he's got a strange woman walking up to him going, hey, Chuck. I mean, how would you know? He'd have to believe you. As long as it's not Chucky. Yeah. With red hair. Freckles. Yeah. Hello, Colleen. Yeah. What the fuck, Chuck? So, I always try and sleep in the Karma Sutra. Dan, is that naked? Does that mean naked? Are you sleeping naked? I can't sleep naked. I got too many grandbabies running in and out. Nope. I don't know. I think if I could sleep naked now, since I haven't slept naked for so long, I might be weirded out by it. I may be weirded out by that. When you get older, I don't know. Dogs confirmed. Yeah. Ruff, ruff. So it's 5:55 on the clock there. Not at 6:60. People get blinded. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you probably don't have people walking into your bedroom either. Like now. I mean, like Clara just literally walked into the bedroom when I said that. Yeah, so hot. So if you're in Florida, okay, so here's a little tidbit for you, okay? If you guys ever get so hot where you can't sleep, get your sheet wet. I mean, you got to wring it out. Don't take it to bed soaking wet, but get your sheet wet. It'll help you sleep because it takes away the body heat. I do it all the time. I do it all the time. I get my sheet wet.
It's a funny meme. Playing a game of whack fuck here. He actually said
those are actually funny.
He actually said fuck.
Yeah, I took the wet towel. Yeah, I just get my sheet wet. That's what I do. Let me do something about this camera. It keeps falling over or down or what the fuck it's ever doing. Hang on. Shut up. There, let me turn you back up. The clip thing is broke. I really need a new camera stand. Is what I need. But I'm too busy spending money on grandbabies to buy me anything new. Too busy spending the money on the babies. So, that's where I need it, about right there. There. Okay, there. I like that. Will there be World War III in my house if I take a wet sheet to bed? Well, too fucking bad. Tell them then to stand over you and fan you. Like a cabana boy. Tell them that's the option. To either let you take a wet sheet to bed or to stand over you and fan you. So you can sleep. That's what I would tell them. Jeez, the language. Do anyone else in your family have gifts? I don't think like I do. No. I mean, like my children. No. They know how to read tarot cards. That's about it. And that's about the only thing I taught them. When they were little, we used to do wax readings, and they thought that was cute and fun, as a kid. But then we went to card readings.
I'm gifted with airbending.
Ma'am, bye. But as far as like being intuitive, well, I think Haley, and you'll know Haley because she jumps in every once in a while in the tarot readings, and she's a mod. She's my youngest daughter. I think she knows that she's intuitive, but she doesn't like announce it or use it, or like when it comes to her, it comes to her. But a lot of times, ask mom. Even though she can figure it out, a lot of times it's ask mom. So ask mom for this advice, ask mom for that advice. And I don't mind because I'm mom, Now, my sisters and my mom and my mom's cousins and sisters, yes, they were all very intuitive. So Mika, everybody is. You just got to practice with it. Everybody. Oh my God. Troll. Everybody has the intuitive side. You just have to start with discernment. If you're going to start working on your psychic abilities, start with discernment. All right? Start with discernment. And from discernment, everything else will roll in. All right? You just have to start somewhere. Everybody's intuitive. Anyway, but that's why Caleb, one of the viewers like you, got me this necklace, is because he wanted to make sure that people that, across the screen wasn't sending me bad vibes. He actually bought that for me. Caleb did. The one that bought me the unicorn light. You guys remember the unicorn light? I gotta get batteries for it. Oh, hang on. The unicorn light. He bought me this, and he bought me this, and he bought me the Moldavite rock, which it didn't affect me. And he bought me this citrine rock. And he bought me 2 wine glasses, stemless wine glasses. But anyway, that's why he got that for me. It's to protect me from energies across the way here, How do you get across the screen? It's just energy. You know how when you guys ask me about love readings and you ask me, why am I thinking of this person when I'm not with them anymore? And I say, it's because they're thinking about you. It's because energies don't know what states are. Energies don't know what time zones are. Energies don't know what across the pond means or across the ocean. Energies can literally find the fastest route to you. And so when you're broke up from somebody and all of a sudden you find yourself thinking about them, it's probably because they're thinking about you. They're either remembering, reminiscing, missing. Not that they're going to reach out for you and always want you back. That's not what I'm saying. So please don't read into that. But what I'm saying is usually when you think of somebody, it's because there's a thought pattern going back and forth. But the thing is that you need to, when you get the thought of somebody, don't be just sitting there thinking about them, because you know why? Now they're going to get thoughts of you. And now this is just going to be a back and forth thing all the time, because you're thinking of them, they're thinking of you, you're thinking of them, they're thinking of you, you're thinking of them. And it's just like a ping pong match, just going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. So when you get thoughts of something that you don't want to think of, let it go. Let it go. Be like, yep, that was a time. Bye. And let it go. Not, man, I sure did miss that guy. Oh, he had the best pizza I ever tasted. Oh, I wonder what he's doing now. I wonder if he's married. I wonder if I should contact him. Then you're like, ping pong, ping pong, ping pong. No. You get a thought, yeah, that was a nice time. Bye. Carry on. Does the unicorn make horse noises? No. I thought it would play music because it does have a speaker hole, but it doesn't play music. It just blows this glitter around in the belly. See that glitter? It's actually got like a fan that travels up in here and blows this, and then this just moves around constantly. I'll get batteries for it next time so you can see it, but So. All right, let's see. Yeah, his name is Caleb, and he's a sweetheart. He buys readings from me every now and again. He'll buy readings from me. He actually lives in Cali. The energy is traveling through your hair. No more pizza, please. It sings Wild Free. Yeah, Dan. It would be great if it sang Born to be Wild. Grace, can I ask a question off this subject at the end of the live? You mean like for a reading? No. If you want to ask me any question, you can ask me any question. But if it's about a reading, we're not doing readings today. Catch me tomorrow, and tomorrow is free for all. All right? If you just have a question, ask the question. I'll answer any question that you have. It doesn't have to be about witches and witchcraft. If you guys have a question, ask me, but not a reading. Like, do you believe in ghosts? Do you believe in blah, blah, blah? Have you ever seen a UFO? Do you believe in fairies? Do you believe in the fae? Do you believe in vampires and werewolves? I absolutely do. No reading, just be my mentor. Well, I mean, I'm here 6 days a week. I don't know how I could not be your mentor. Does this mean I need to consider placing the filing into the different pizza dough now? Do you? What work do I need to learn? I'm told I'm a clairvoyant. If I was working on clairvoyant, I guess that I would grab a friend, phone a friend here, and I guess that I would be having her think things or say things out of earshot or away from you. And let her, like, have her be away from you, but say, I don't know, just say, hey, think of an image, and when you're thinking of an image, let me know. And when she says, okay, I've got it, see if you can come up with the image she's thinking of. So if you're close to her, you should be able to do that, because me and my sister all the time are doing that. Me and my sister, sometimes we get on the same page where we can finish each other's sentences. So I'm just saying, that should be, if you want to work on anything psychic like that, you need a test subject. You can't just do this alone, because you're not ever going to know. Am I right? Am I wrong? Was I close? But anytime you want to practice your psychic ability, you need a test subject. So so whatever it is that you're wanting to work on. If you want to practice remote viewing, have her draw a picture and look at it and tell you that when she's ready. See if you can see through her eyes the picture, or see that if you can come into the room that you know she's sitting at and look at the paper and see if you can see what she's drawing too. I mean, there's all kinds of ways to practice your psychic ability, but like I said, you need another person to be actively participant, so that you know. It's just like one time I was doing a reading for a gal, and she was missing an ex, and I guess the ex always wore some Bath and Body lotion, and when I was doing her reading, she was asking about the ex, of course, but she wasn't asking about that lotion. But I said, why am I smelling, what did I say? Why am I smelling flowers, and why do I see some kind of lotion that's red and white or something like that. And she was like, oh my God, this person wears this Bath and Body lotion all the time and it's red and white and it smells like that. And she showed me a picture, you know, from the store catalog. And I was like, yeah, that's, I mean, I wasn't exactly seeing that, but I could see it. So yeah. I mean, you need somebody to, that when you're channeling, somebody can say, yeah, that's what you're seeing, you know, basically. So sorry about the dogs. I don't, last time I went out there, it got cold and I grabbed my rooster to take him in the house. I could smell skunk and I was like, yeah, you got to come in the house because skunks eat chickens. So anyway, yeah. But you guys can ask me any question that you want. It doesn't have to be about the subject at hand. So, Grace, if you have a question, ask it. Yeah, skunks will eat chickens. The only thing about between the skunk and the raccoon is the raccoon can climb and actually get the chicken out of the coop. Skunks can't. But if you have free-range chickens, a skunk will eat a chicken. So will possums. Possums will eat chickens too. And climb into the cage to get them. Just like a raccoon will. Yep. Anyway, Gracie, did you want to ask your question? Out there roosting. Look on top of the dog kennel cage. Or does anybody have any questions?
I'm about to do something really evil.
Don't do anything that bounces this camera.
No. I'm gonna feed chicken.
Do not feed my chicken to that chicken. Eat the chicken.
I want to see what happens.
I don't see it. No, Grace. I don't see it.
I'm really that
do you have the bloodline from your maternal side? Well, I mean, like, because I'm made of my mom and my dad, yes. But what do you mean by bloodline? What do you mean by bloodline? Anna says, how do I see what I need to see? Concentrate. It's all about concentrating. It's all about quieting the mind. It's all about finding quiet spots that you're not being bugged.
I'm just eating here. I'm watching.
I know. Do the alchemist you mentioned... Oh, the alchemist you mentioned before. Oh, I don't really think... Because I'm an alchemist, I don't really think that has anything to do with my mom or my dad. Because my mom and dad were basic. And they were alcoholics. So, my dad was a sailor. And, couldn't keep his pecker in his pants to save his life. I had to leave Sioux Falls, South Dakota because I didn't even know if I was going to be dating a brother. And my mom was always in relationships where she was physically abused. So she drank. And, I mean, they were blocked on all everything, you know, emotionally blocked, physically blocked, mentally blocked, psychically blocked. Your dad was a slut? Mine was too. How can I find a time to put on my birth chart? Oh, I was born at home in Belize. So you're the one who doesn't, right? You was asking me about the birth chart, I think, earlier. You don't, Grace, you can't get a hold of your birth certificate. It should be on a hospital birth certificate somewhere. the time that you were born? Or you don't have anybody to ask? Somebody should know. I had to ask. I had to ask my oldest sister what time I was born. She said it was probably around 7 a.m. that she could remember. So, your birth certificate doesn't have the time you were born? What kind of shady shit is that? Somebody has to have the time that you were born on a hospital record. That is a hospital record. They need that. You're an afternoon delight. Sniper Mod. So, no, I don't have a time. It was registered 2 months later. And what the fuck is going on in Belize that they screw up such a thing? Oh, wow, that's pretty good. That's pretty good odds there, Rick. Well, Grace, I'm going to say this is just about you sitting down and really trying to get some numbers mentally. I would be sitting down and really thinking about it. Is there a time of the day that you feel more alive than the rest? I'm going to say that's probably a birth time. Do you feel better at 5 o'clock at night? Are you a night owl? If you're a night owl, you probably was born at night. Do you feel better at midnight? Are you wide awake at 3? Like, go by your rhythm of your body. When do you feel the best? When do you feel alive? When do you feel charged? When do you feel awake? Oh, that's pretty cool, Haley. Transpose of numbers. I can't believe Belize is so lazy on their paperwork when a baby is born. That's weird. I was born in the morning and I'm a night owl. I was born at like around 7 in the morning. And yeah, I mean, I usually find myself let me reiterate that. If I can sleep in, I like to sleep in. When I say sleep in, I mean like sleep in until like 10, 11. But if I have to get up or I just find myself awake and I can't go back to sleep, it's usually anywhere from 4 in the morning and to 7 in the morning. Love says I dislike too much structure in bedtime. I need freedom. Now see, I was the opposite, and my middle daughter Chelsea was just like me. But before I got into high school, I was always sleeping, and literally, I mean, because I could give a shit about anything. And I remember going to bed Friday night after school and not leaving my room and just sleeping and sleeping and sleeping and sleeping and sleeping and sleeping until I had to get up the Monday for school. And you wouldn't hardly ever see me. And if anybody asks, where's Wendy? Sleeping. And my sisters was getting onto my mom for letting me do that. They're like, if you don't make her get out of her bedroom and go do something, she's going to be a recluse. And my mom is like, leave her alone. She's just sleeping. Like, she's not combing the streets. I'm glad she's just, she's in there sleeping. But my sisters was like, that's not healthy, Mom. But, I mean, I turned out okay. I had a normal life. Hello, Lorna. I can't believe that either. Rick, I love you. No, Lorna, it's not reading night. It's podcast night. I'm glad you guys read titles, honestly. The title of the video that you clicked on, Lorna, literally says Podcast Thursday. Tomorrow is Free for All Friday. Now remember, guys, when you come on tomorrow, it's a me theme. You can only say me once. So I would be very careful about the question that you ask for free, because that's all you're getting. And anything after that will have to be a super chat. Lauren, maybe too stony? Maybe. Odd M says some of us are slow, like me. Time for my nap. Odd. You need to get out there, Odd, and go have some fun. And Grace, I'm just gonna say, if I were you, and I never found out the time, I would just make up a time and go with it. And I would make it a good time, like 11:11, 8, like 8:48, 2:22. If you never find a time, then just make up a time and go with that, and forever stick with that. If I was you, that's what I would do. What is the eggs ritual? I've never heard of it. If you don't exactly what time, I think several astrologers say to use 12 midnight. Egg cleanse. Oh, so basically they say if you take an egg and you run it around your body and you throw it in the water, and if it floats, like you got a curse or took off a curse. I wouldn't believe that though, because eggs, when they're bad, they float anyway. So my egg ritual is sunny side up, over easy, sunny side up, with toast and a side of bacon and hash browns and French toast and some cottage cheese and yeah. I never tried that, but the natives use it a lot. People say it works, but I have no clue. I mean, I don't know, because like I said, a bad egg floats. I guess what I would probably do if I was going to do the egg ritual is put it in the water and make sure it's not floating and make sure it's good. Or however, what is it? Bad eggs float, good eggs go to the bottom? Or am I backwards? Good eggs float. Bad eggs go to the bottom. Either or. Put the egg in the water, dry it off, run it around your body, put it back in the water. If it does something different, well, then there you got it. If it don't do anything different and it does the same float thing, it's bullshit. It's bullshit. Dad says eggs got to be right or they send them back. My father-in-law was like that. If he had any slime on top of his egg, he wasn't eating it. So he'd send it back. Is that why my ex-husband floated? Piece of shit. Bad egg. Your mama said you was a bad egg, and I believe it now. My best friend said you was a bad egg, and I believe it now. Wendy, what do you know about the Book of Shadows? Well, the Book of Shadows, if it's your Book of Shadows, it's just a spell book. But it's not a nice book. It's about, the Book of Shadows is about your spell work for bad things. But if it's a Book of Shadows about like a diary about how you feel, then it's just therapeutic writing, like a diary. And if it's, like I said, Book of Shadows, if it's a spell book, they're not good books. All the spells are about hexes and curses and black magic and getting even. But like Book of Shadows is also a diary about you dealing with your shadow work. So hey, Ricky. All right. Good night, Haley. Thanks for stopping by. So, Wendy, what is your favorite witchy story? Grace. As far as the book, shit. There is a book on Kindle that I bought. I don't remember the title. If it's a movie, my favorite movie about witches is Practical Magic. I don't like that one that comes out around Halloween with the girl that's a singer. I don't like that witch because they talk about eating children. I don't like that one. Hansel and Gretel was a really good witch movie with was it Vin Diesel? Hansel and Gretel? No, it was with the girl and the guy. Hansel and Gretel witch movie is a really, really good movie. If you haven't watched it, watch it. Practical Magic is a really, really good witch movie. If you haven't watched it, watch it. The Witches of Eastwick is an old witch movie. It's good. Watch it. The Last Witch Hunter with Vin Diesel is a good witch movie. It's a love story witch movie. If you haven't seen it, watch it. I think Nicolas Cage has something about the witches too. Or maybe he was the last witch hunter. I can't remember. His is good. Nicolas Cage has got a good witch movie. I can't remember the title of it. I'm seeing what's going on here. Oh. Oh my God. MC, did you get dropped on your head when you was a baby, MC? Get the fuck off my channel. We ain't dealing with you today, Satan. Get the fuck off my channel. Hello, totally, Natasha. Hello, Manya. So yeah, I don't like, I forgot. What is that witch movie called? And they just had the part 2. It's got that lady that sings Some Say Love. What's that movie called? Hocus Pocus. Thank you, Rachel. I hate Hocus Pocus. I would never recommend Hocus Pocus to anybody. I hate that movie. It's a piece of shit movie, and I would never, like I said, I wouldn't spend my time on it, and I would never recommend it to anybody. So, with Angelica Houston. Is that Hocus Pocus? Yeah. No, even the original. No, because, look, here's the thing about movies and rituals. When you're actually watching movies about eating children, about, like, okay, so even like Hocus Pocus, movies like Carrie. Do you remember the movie Carrie where they poured pig blood on her? Pet Sematary. Movies like, like Annabelle. Movies like Sinister. Movies like, any of those scary movies, but they have real shit in them. That's a ritual. That's not a movie. You're not watching a movie. You're watching a ritual. I have a subject in here about how going to scary movies or seeing scary movies is about you feeding the pigeons above you. Feeding fourth dimension demons. So, no, if it's ritualistic, like Practical Magic was a love story. Through and through. Practical Magic. The Last Witch, I can't remember who had that. That was either Vin Diesel or that was Nicolas Cage. But it was basically about killing the witch. Or how to kill the witch. Like they had to have a certain artifact or something like that to kill the witch. Hansel and Gretel, once again, killing the witch. It's still a ritual, but it's teaching you how to kill a witch. So, Irene says, I have hated pets. Oh, Pet Cemetery. Pet Cemetery is awful. My short film on YouTube will probably make you call me witch. No, it won't. No, it won't, Manya. How about you don't paint me into a picture that you know nothing about, Manya? Because the topic here is, are witches real and are spells real? That's literally the podcast topic. One of my favorite shows is Supernatural. I liked Supernatural until they got to the part where God had a sister. And then I was like, no, I'm done with this. Hello, Joji. So, yeah, Pet Cemetery is awful. I don't like Carrie either. I wouldn't suggest Carrie or The Exorcist. I think if anybody watches The Exorcist, they're definitely, probably, most likely going to get an attachment. I think there is something attached to The Exorcist that if you watch it, you're probably going to have a ghost in your house or an attachment regardless. I think there are movies like that that does open a portal. That's why you got to be really careful about the shit that you watch, because if they're saying some kind of magical Latin sentence, even though it's a movie script and you don't know what they're saying, that shit's broadcasting in your house. How do you know it's not opening up a portal? How do you know what you're not letting in? You don't. I hate The Exorcist. Are they real? Yeah, of course they're real. Yes, of course. Mm-hmm. If you watched it, then how do you... Well, when I watched it, I was like 4. Because I had crazy aunts that would sit us down to movies like that because they thought it was funny to scare us. But I didn't finish watching it, and I would never recommend it. Same with Carrie. When I saw the previews and they were pouring blood on Carrie, nope. Amityville Horror, that movie, nope. So, nope. Nope. Here's my theory. Okay. Because we are in the world that we are, you have celestials above you. You have your 3D, you have your 4D, you have your 5D, right? 6D, 7D, whatever. I believe, and this is just my belief, I don't give a fuck what you believe, and if you don't like it, don't do anything with it. But I believe that demons lurk in entities and poltergeists and anything that feeds off your energy. I believe that they lurk in the 4th dimension. That's why we never go, that's why we as conscious collective never talk about 4th dimension. We always talk about being in the 3rd dimension, skipping to the 5th dimension. We never talk about the 4th dimension. And the reason why I think that is because I think that's where all the evil entities lurk, is in the 4th dimension. And I think that if you're going to sit down and watch a scary movie and you have all of this fear coming off of you, you're feeding 4th dimension. Your thoughts, your scares, your fear, your mind-blowing, out of your mind fear is leaving your body, going into the celeste, going into the ethereal, and you're giving your scared energy to 4th dimension beings, and they're just feeding off of it. That's what I think. I think that's literally what happens, and I think that's why they push scary movies so much, is that they know some people are going to be like, that's so fake. Okay. But you know that there's a lot of people are going, what the fuck? And they're out of their mind. And they go home and they can't sleep. And all this shit that they've watched is ruminating in their head. And guess what they're still doing? Feeding the 4th dimension beings that are still above them. Just feeding up that energy. That's what I think. That's why I would never recommend watching scary movies. I wouldn't. Unless it's not scary. If you literally can sit down and watch Annabelle and be like, hey, that's so dumb. That's just a doll. Hey. Fucking so be it. More power to you. But there's a lot of people that don't do that. A lot of people that don't do that. No. You can't tell me. You can't tell me. A lot of people that watch that shit are like scared to death. I remember when I was fucking, I think like 3, and my mom and my mom's sister took us to watch The Brood. I don't think any probably knows what that movie is. It's called The Brood. So basically, it was about a lady who was giving birth to, I don't know, weird little people. But she was literally carrying them in her belly until they were big, like big formed 2-year-olds. And then she was ripping them out of her belly and licking them clean. And the guy that was dating her and got her knocked up didn't know that she was doing this. And she was a breeder. Like, she had like a cabin full of these babies that had weird powers. And she was giving birth to them. But that's how she was giving birth to them. Was she just ripping them out of her belly and licking them clean. And I saw that when I was 2. I remember that. That's crazy. I don't know anybody in their fucking right mind that would make a 2-year-old sit down and watch that shit and think, no. But you don't see them pushing nice movies. You don't see them pushing nice movies. A lot of these movies are scary. A lot of these movies are about demons or shooting or murders, or it's hard to find a really good wholesome movie anymore. And it's because you got the elite and the Illuminati that want you to feed the fourth dimension demons, because that's what gives them power. And then that shit just circles around. They get power, they give you power. They get power, they give you power. They get power, they give you power. And it's just a never-ending story. And it says my coworker had a 5-year-old watching these. Ugh. Jesus, no. Jesus. It's crazy. Yeah, at the age of 2. I remember I did not sleep that night and the next night. I was scared to fucking death. Scared. Rosemary's Baby was another one that I watched at a very young age because my mom wanted to watch it. Rosemary's Baby. And you wouldn't think that at such a young age I could put together 2 and 2 to find out what the fuck was going on. I knew exactly what was going on. I knew exactly what was going on. It's crazy. Gross. So, yes. Not funny. Not funny. People. Yeah. Yes, and you're right, Irene. Your energy is the only thing that your fear, your scared, your worry, your anxiety, your depression are the only things that feed demons. That is why people in those states get attachments. Nom 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 nom, constant. It's like being at a fucking all-you-can-eat buffet. That's what those demons are doing. That's why I kind of tell you guys, if you're in a state of depression, you gotta try to find a way out of it. You gotta. Not only is it bad for you, but you're giving entities that you don't even know is around you energy. Because you're just a big, sad, anxiety-ridden, depressed energy bomb. And demons need that to live. Demons need that. And they're just looking for people. They just look for people. They just look for people. And you know how many depressed people we have on this world? You can't tell me this is a world of God. You can't. This is a world for Lucifer. And they keep people dumbed down and depressed for that reason. Eating it up. I know. Well, I think we're all old souls, or you guys wouldn't be here connecting with me. You guys have to be old souls too. You have to be. So. Or you wouldn't understand what I was saying. You know how many people probably got on this chat and was like, what the fuck? And they left. It's because they don't understand it. And I don't got time to make them understand it. So remember, like minds attract, because we are on vibing on the same energies. So, yep. Busting out of the matrix. Well, let me know when you can do that, Audie. I think the only way you're gonna bust out of the matrix is if you leave the earth plane. Unfortunately. Unfortunately. So, is there any other questions you guys have? Yeah, I remember. I distinctly remember them playing the Ouija board when I was two, too. When they were playing the Ouija board, everybody had their own spirit. My sister Lisa had the spirit called the think tank. My mom had a black person named Sam that used to work the cotton fields. One of the sisters had a witch that burned. Could have been Sue, could have been Cindy. One of them had a man of, I can't remember, but I remember my mom's black African spirit, because he would say I is. And I remember when my mom first contacted with Sam, he would say I is dead. I is 55. I is from Louisiana. And my mom said, because my mom was very, very intelligent. She read books all the time. Super smart girl. And she said, you kind of sound like you're, black. He says, I is a black man. I remember that. He was the sweetest. He was sweet. Like, I know that you should be playing with Ouija boards, and I know that they're all demons, but Sam was pretty cool. Like, even if he come and haunted us, and he may have, when he was on the Ouija board, he was actually pretty, like a southern black gentleman would be. Very polite, and didn't some of them would be like, bitch, fucker, I'm gonna kill you, whatever message that would come through. But not Sam. Sam was not like that. The witch wasn't like that. Think tank was like talking to a physics major. Think tank was always scientific. But they all never lied. They never lied. Everything that they had gave us come to fruition. But on the same note, I'm pretty sure that all of those energies resided in my little two bedroom house that I had. Also, that was a very crowded house, because you're talking about 9 children and probably 52 ghosts from the Ouija board. It was a very occupied house. I remember shadow people. I remember a sound of a bowling ball running through the whole fucking outside wall of the house. And I remember that. I remember that and I'm pretty sure you all remember this. Remember when we would love our favorite music, and we would always get the cassette tapes and tape the music from the radio onto the cassette tapes. That way we didn't have to listen to the radio, and we could just listen to cassette tapes. Remember that? Well, my sisters and I, we had a big imagination, and we always liked to play interviewer. So one would pretend like they were the news interviewer, and another kid would always pretend like they were, I don't know, rich or something like that, like a movie star. And one would be like, so welcome to Cindy's hotline. Today we're interviewing Cheryl. These are my sister's names. Today we're interviewing Cheryl, and she just made a movie, and it's, and then, so what made you get into your role? And Cheryl would be blah, 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 and Cindy blah, 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 and Cheryl blah, blah, blah. And then, but, so the interview would be going along, and then I remember, like, they would play that, and it would drag. The tape would drag, and it'd be like, they would leave me in the house. They would book it out of that house, be gone in 2 seconds flat, never looked back for their little sister Wendy, who was still sitting there with that tape player going, and they would leave for hours on end. So here's a little 4-year-old girl at home by herself with 52 spirits. Finally, they would roll in about the time the parents was coming home from the bar. They would all be rolling in, and here I was sitting at home this whole time by myself. Dear goodness. Oh, Jesus. They would do that. Every time something freaky would happen, they were gone. Fucking running down the block. Assholes and elbows. Fucking, and they left me there. And they would always come in. Sorry. What'd you do? I went to bed. I just went to sleep. Oh, God. Fucking. Ghost Lord. In case no one has said this, you recently, thank you for being you. Remember, you are loved. Thank you, Ghost. I remember. I've never doubted that I was loved. By you, all of you, by my people upstairs that's always looked after me, and believe me, it was a big job to look after me. Oh, shit. But yeah, I remember though. I remember all the sessions. We had notebooks. We had notebooks of all of the sessions of the Ouija board. We had notebooks. We wrote down everything. We wrote down the question and we wrote down the answer. Every session that we did, we would always write it down. We had stacks of notebooks in a treasure chest of our Ouija board things that we did. They never lied. No, sorry. They never lied. They told us when everybody was getting married. They told us when the kids were being born. They told us the names of the kids. They told us that you'd be getting divorced 7 years later. And we had women that were like, no, I love my husband, that would be getting divorced 7 years later. We had one that argued with the address of the house that they were moving into. The Ouija board was right, and Billy was wrong. Billy, the kids of Billy were playing the Ouija board. And Billy Joe, her daughter, Punky, we called her Punky. She's my sister. Punky, half sister, Punky asked the board. She said, we're moving. Can you tell me the address of where we're moving to? And the Ouija board gave her the address. I'll just make up something. I don't really remember like I said, I was like 5. Said like, the address is like 467 North Pine Street. And she didn't know, Billy Joe was like, well, I mean, I think it's on Pine Street. I think that's right. Well, Billy, her mom, came in and she's like, what are you guys doing? And we're like, we're playing the Ouija board. And she was like, oh yeah, well, what's it saying? And Punky said, well, I just asked it the address of where we were moving, and it said 467 North Pine. And Billy, she's like, that's not right. And she said, that's not right. And she was talking to the board because we talked to the board. She said, that's not right. The address is like 410 North Pine. And it wasn't even bad of a number. It was like 2 numbers off. So 467, say she thought it was 465. She said, no, that's not right. It's 465 North Pine. And the board was like 467 North Pine. And she's like, no, that's not right. She said, it's 465 North Pine. You're wrong. And the board was like, no. Went shot to no. 467 North Pine. And Billy's like, man, like, you guys got a bad ghost today. That ghost doesn't know it's asshole on the ground. She called my mom. She called my mom the next day. She said, you know what? It is 467 North Pine. I was wrong. The board was right. The board never lied. The Ouija board never lied to us. I don't know about, but I think it's because when we were playing the Ouija board, the spirits that we were actually contacting, I don't know if they thought it was like a good favor to just be truthful with us so that they could reside in the house with us and attach to us and use our energy. And they knew that we were always going to be there. Like, like we were like bingo players. We never missed a session. Never. Every fucking weekend it was Ouija board time. Every fucking weekend it was seance time. Every weekend it was what they call table tipping. It's where everybody lays their hand on the table and the table rises up and starts floating around. It's called table tipping. We never missed a session every weekend. It was like addiction. Like that was our addiction. It was being addicted to that shit. And I think probably if I was going to look back on it and wonder why that they did give us all that information and it was the truth, I think it's just because they knew that we were going to be there. I don't know. Not like it's a favor. Not like, oh, these humans are going to play with us today, so we're going to be good to them. Not so much like that, but just why not? Why not? We know they're going to be back. Hell, they've been doing this for years. Why not? Why not just tell them the truth? I don't know. So they never lied. The shit that you get now, though, when you play the Ouija board, And remember that there are certain names that you cannot say from playing the Ouija board. Remember that. All right. There are certain names that they give you that if you said it now, even chit-chatted it in the chat, don't do it. So, don't do it. Do you know about lemon under the bed or something? I mean, like I said, no. And the reason why is, I just don't worry about shit like that. Well, my bed is on the floor anyway. My box spring is so thick and the mattress is so thick that if I put it up on a bed thing, I'd have to climb up into the bed. So my bed is on the floor. I don't have to worry about nothing being under my bed. That's why, though, I don't put cabinets. I will not put cabinets in the house. I don't give them shit that they can break or open or make noise with. And these videos where you watch these ghosts, open cabinets and stuff like that, I'm like, why in the hell are you not getting child lock safes where those cabinets can't open? Why in the hell are you not shutting your drawers, knowing that these ghosts are getting in there, tossing your fucking silverware around like it's a ball? Why are you not blocking them from doing that? And then again, I think, well, probably because if you did that, it'd piss them off and they probably would end up breaking something, So, what do I think? Christ? Like Jesus Christ? I think he's a savior. I think he's everything that everybody thought that he was to be. But I'm not sure if the man Jesus and the spirit of Christ, how would I put that? You know how they say, like, you have God and Jesus and the Holy Ghost, right? the three trinities. I don't know. I was doing some research about that, got down a rabbit hole. And basically the theory is that Christ is like the God spirit. Jesus was still a man. Jesus could still be tempted. Jesus, as a man, still had to go through the trials and tribulations. But when he embodied the Christ consciousness, that's what they're preaching for us now, that's when he became Christ. Does that make sense? I don't know. I don't really know how to put into words what I was picking up when I was watching the video, but I don't know. But yes, I believe in Jesus Christ. I believe he walked the earth. I believe he died for your sins. I believe all that. Yep. I believe in God. Yep. I went to Baptist church, Methodist church, Catholic church, Pentecostal church. I've been to all the churches. Mormon, Jehovah's Witness. I've been to all the churches. So, for some reason, you can't say, hey, don't say it. Just say Jesus. Or say Yeshua. You don't have to say Jesus. Just say Jesus. Say Jesus. Say Yeshua. I mean, there's other names for Jesus. The Holy One. You can say anything but Jesus. If you can't say Jesus. It's really, though, Yeshua. If you can't say Jesus, just say Yeshua. Everybody knows Yeshua. So, everybody knows Yeshua. What's my favorite church? None of them. None of them. None. I don't go to church. And you'll never get me to go back in church. Church is not what church used to be. Now church is about material gain and the name and getting the money. Look, if you're on a fixed income and you're barely making the bills, I don't believe that you should be giving 10% of your tithing to the church. And I don't believe that they should be asking you to do that. Because Jesus probably would have never done that anyway. I think man made religion, not God. I honestly even probably don't even really think that there was a sanctity of marriage, except that there were men of way back then when couldn't get a woman. And then there were men that had 12 women. And the men that couldn't get a woman thought that that wasn't fair. And so they made a rule that you needed to marry. That's what I think. I don't even know if I even believe in like I said, the sanctity of marriage. Because, I mean, if you think about it, like King David and King Solomon and all of the kings and the kings and the kings and the kings, they wasn't getting punished because they had 12 wives. They was getting punished because they were doing shady shit to people. They weren't getting punished because they had a harem. They wasn't getting punished because they had 13 women knocked up. I don't really think that. I think love is love regardless. I honestly don't think that, I don't think that that was why people in the Bible ages was getting their just due. That's me. So, that's just me. Yawa, yes. Don Rafsky. Don Rafsky says Yawa. Yeah, Yawa. My bad. I should have said I'm watching The Matrix, but enlightenment comes slowly. It's okay, Odd. It's okay. I personally think that we have twisted Christianity a little, but I don't think of it as a religion, but as a relationship with Yahweh. Prayer is relation. How you act is relation. Yeah, It's true, but I don't think that you need to be a Christian to have a relationship with God or Jesus either. I think Christian is just another thing like Oreo cookie. Is just another thing like Taco Bell. It's just another thing like rocks. I think it's just a name. But I don't believe that you need to be a Christian to have any kind of relationship with the maker. I don't. I can sit here and talk to God all day long and not go to church. And he listens and he'll answer me. And I don't have to go to church. And I don't have to put money in a tithe to get blessings from God because I don't go to church. And you know what they say anyway. If two people are talking about Jesus, you're in church. So right now, we're in church. The Bible literally says that. If it's you and me, if it's you and another person talking about Jesus, that makes 3. We're in church. So we're talking about Jesus right now. Welcome to Wendy's church. Welcome. Welcome to my church. Inside and see all the people. Right? There's the house. There's the steeple. Flip it around. See all the people. You remember doing that when you were little? We were in church. Kiki says, I would spend time doing yard work in my gardens on the farm I lived on. And that was my church. Exactly. Exactly. Church is anywhere we are. Yes. And you don't need to go to church to have a direct communication to God. No. God listens to you no matter what. So, yeah. So, next Thursday's podcast subject is going to be, well, I can do hauntings, poltergeist versus spirits versus ghost. That was supposed to be next one, but we're kind of like touching on that now. Oh, and I wish my coworker could have heard this, Wendy, for sure. Well, Hattie, just give them the link to the channel. Tell them to, hey, go listen. Go listen. Anyway, yeah. So next week's podcast was going to be about hauntings. We're kind of touching on that now, though. The paranormal. Poltergeist versus spirits versus ghosts. So, I think a poltergeist is something that somebody with mental illness creates with their energy. That's what I think a poltergeist is. I think a poltergeist can move things. I think a poltergeist is the ones that, like, throw the dishes across the kitchen, or, you know, makes your bed shake. I think that is a poltergeist. But I think poltergeists are made from somebody who has a mental illness and they're angry all the time. I think that energy makes the poltergeist. And I think spirits are like your grandma, your grandpa that come in and say, hi. And then ghosts are residual energies, like a land ghost. Like if you go to the Civil War lands and sometimes you see like the movement through the trees of the ghosts, I think those are ghosts of traumatic events that are either connected to a house, a land. So I think that's the difference of the 3. And I believe in all 3 of them. I've had dealings with all 3 of them. So, because poltergeist can come from, like, you know, us playing the Ouija board, and then we get an attachment, and then somebody gets depressed, or like my mom and dad, they were alcoholics and they would fist fight. They would fist fight. And I think that energy right there was creating a lot of the poltergeists that had already had energy from us playing with the Ouija board. So there was just like a double whammy. I mean fist fight. I don't mean like verbally, you're a bastard, you're a bitch. I mean, like, I remember one time my dad come home and he was drunk. Mom, not very often did mom cook, but that night she decided to cook steak and baked potatoes and green beans. But we all had to wait to eat on my dad. And my dad come home late because he was at the bar drinking and he was drunk. Well, he sat down to the dinner table and my mom always served him first. Now, that is a rule that I also have. The man gets served before the children because the man is the breadwinner. It's the men and then the children and then me. That was always the way I served food at my house. The husband got it, all of the kids got it, and if there was anything left over, that was for me. But my dad's come in and he was already late. We were already all hungry waiting on him. And he came in and he sat down at the table and my mom made him his steak and got him his baked potato and got him his vegetable. And dad, being drunk, bit into the steak and he said, "This is cold." My mom picked up the frying pan and laid him, not out, but laid him off of that chair. Off of that chair. Cold cocked his ass right off that chair. Well, because it didn't knock him out and he was drunk, the fight was on. So I'm talking about like fights like that. I'm talking about bam, like fights. And I'm sure you guys, if you've been in that, it's probably triggering you. It doesn't trigger me. Like I said, that's shit that I look at. Not my fault. They hurt people. That was their thing. I have no feeling on it. Like, I don't feel sad. I'm not mad. I'm not, my childhood is such shit. I am not even like that because my childhood was beautiful. Because I made it beautiful. Not being around that. But I'm just saying that's the kind of shit that we had to deal with between my mom and my dad. And that was probably the kind of shit that probably fed the poltergeist that was making shit happen around the house. Like the piano playing by itself, the guitar playing by itself, glasses getting broke, the bowling ball rolling around the whole house, beds shaking, elevation. I mean, you name it. That's probably what fed it. And then we had ghosts because South Dakota, all of South Dakota is about Indian reservations, Indian massacres, Indian this, Indian that. So we had ghosts, right? And then we also had spirits because we had passed on loved ones that would come in and check up on us. Be like, "Wendy, I know this is shit. You're going to get out of here one day. Just believe me." All right. So I believe in all three because I had to deal with all three. Just saying. So. What about paranormal activity? Yeah. Paranormal activity is poltergeist and probably ghost. I don't look, or I don't know. Let's see. I think it's probably, if it's going to be paranormal activity, I honestly think it's poltergeist. And even, how would I explain that? Because, like, say you go into a haunted house and you're hearing, stuff fall over, doors slamming by themselves, and nobody's lived in this house for years. And you go in there and you're doing some kind of, because I used to do ghost hunting, so I know all about ghost hunting. But nobody's probably lived in that house for years, and yet the residual energy is still there. I still think poltergeist can stay in the house and make that shit happen still. I don't think it's like a time game for them. I think spirits are more on a time game. Like when your dead grandma is at the end of your bed telling you, "I love you," or "Don't go to work tomorrow." I think that's on a time thing. I think like they're granted that time to come see you and warn you or tell you that they love you or tell you goodbye. I think that's a time thing that they're granted that. Now, ghosts that are attached to the house because of residual energy of poltergeist maybe didn't actually reach poltergeist level, and there's still a ghost there, like something maybe about that, I could probably see that being kind of plausible. Where they can move stuff. I've seen them move stuff. Um, I've seen them break stuff. Glasses. I've seen glasses explode. I've seen the piano play by itself. I heard the guitar play by itself. I didn't see it because it was down in the basement where the girls were, and my bedroom was upstairs. But I could hear it. I would sit at the top of the steps and literally hear that guitar strumming by itself. And I'd go, because Lisa was the guitar player. And I'd say, Lisa, are you awake? And the guitar would stop. No answer. And then the guitar would be like, bloom, 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 bloom. And I go, Lisa, stop. Bloom, bloom, bloom. I'd be like, play a different song, bitch. No, I wouldn't. But anyway, I wouldn't do that, but song? Not you. Go away, Clara. But anyway, Clara, Jesus. Anyway, so I think maybe a ghost is like a lower level poltergeist, but if it gets more energy and more energy and more energy and more energy and more energy, it can become poltergeist level to where it can like throw a knife at you or throw you out the window or whatever, you know. I do believe that. I believe that's probably that's gonna be the hill I die on. So yeah. So, but yes, paranormal activity. I've seen it. I've tracked it. I've got proof of it. I used to have a bunch of ghost hunting equipment. This is the only ghost hunting equipment I have now. I don't know where this battery's at. Oh, so anyway, this is the last of my ghost hunting equipment. Let me show you how this works. Blah, 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 blah. So, anyway, there is, you know how a REM pad, REM pad, REM pod, a REM pod works if you've ever watched the ghost channels. This works the same way. It doesn't make that eerie sound, but it will go off. One side is red and one side is green. The dog chewed it up, so I got to be really careful about the wiring. But anyway, it will detect electromagnetic static, and it will light up. One side's red, one side's green. I don't know if I could create anything. Usually, like if I had a Walmart sack, I could rustle it and show you that it would light up. It's on. Now it's off. Hang on. But anyway, this is the last of my ghost hunting equipment. I used to have a bunch of shit. So, what about the ones that follow you? Yeah, it's still a ghost or a poltergeist. The ones that follow you. That's why you got to be really careful about going to the graveyard. You got to be really careful. If you're going to go ghost hunting, be very careful about going to the graveyard. Make sure that you're protecting yourself. Because if there's anything evil, that's probably, besides a haunted house or a hospital. Hospitals are really bad about attachments. But yeah, I don't know. I wish this thing would go off. I just don't know how to make it go off without something being here. It needs something. So, I don't know. Maybe I'll hold it and it'll go off. Be better. Why don't you believe in spellwork? No, I do believe in spellwork. I just don't believe in hexes and curses working without you being involved in manifesting it. And I now went over that. But I do believe in spellwork. Great. Be better. So, I don't know. Man, Is there any ghosts in here? Please come make this thing go off.
Grandma, dog!
What? Clara, stop. Clara, give me a Walmart bag.
Why?
So I can show this how that works.
I don't like this.
Shut up. You have a house. Go home. I don't like this. They're all over the place. Yeah, that's fine. Give me a harder house bag.
I'm leaving the room. I'm not gonna be in the room. I'm gonna go hide under the blanket.
Okay, stop making the camera jump.
Sorry.
Jesus. Anyway, see it? Okay, see it? You see how that's going off? It's because this is staticky. So if it was to, see that? So if a ghost gets around that, it's breaking the electromagnetic thing here by creating static, and that's how ghosts work. So you see it? Let me see here. Hang on. It's even better with the lights out. Let me see here.
Maybe it's just.
Can you shut up? How about that? Maybe. Oh, where is this light?
I hope it's just Grandpa Steve.
Clara.
Sorry.
Gosh. That's enough of your crap.
Okay.
There. All right. There. Now you can see it. So, anyway, if you take this thing ghost hunting, this thing will be going off by itself because you have some type of ghost breaking the electromagnetic barrier. Just because I got that bag. So, yeah. That's how this works. I used to take this thing ghost hunting all the time. I would just set it up. And we'd be asking questions and it would be going off. And I actually took it to a haunted motel one time and it gave me yes or no's. We just said, if it's green, please make it be yes for green, red for no. And it actually had a conversation. So I went to the motel, and the little girl ghost that we contacted was actually sold as a slave out of Harrison, Arkansas, when the train ran through there, the train station. She was actually sold from her parents for money that was broke. So anyway, that's how that works. So I threw the bag over there. I'm gonna shut this off. So, why do spirits cling themselves to human? Lots of reasons, Hattie. They don't know they're dead. They miss somebody. They're lonely. They're evil and they want to scare you. I mean, there's lots of reasons why a ghost would cling. A ghost would cling to a human. Lots of reasons. So, happy birthday, Raul. Here, hang on, Raul. I got something for you. Just because we're doing a podcast doesn't mean we can't wish our peoples a happy birthday. What? Where am I? Here you go. Happy birthday, Raul. Have you ever done house clearings, cleansings for others, and what protection would you use if you did? Reiki activate, I've never done it. I've never been asked to do it. I've been asked to investigate or communicate, but I've never been asked to cleanse. If I was to cleanse a home, it would probably be holy water with making crosses on every room while reading the Bible. A lot of times, though, I have people who are like, well, as long as they don't do nothing, I'm going to leave them here. It's like they taken on a pet or something. I don't even know, but a lot of time that's what I get, you know. As long as they're not making mischievous chaos, the owners usually don't chase the ghost out. They're just like, oh, just leave them. We just wanted to know what they wanted. I'm like, okay, well, that's what they wanted. So, yeah. So, a lot of times they don't ask me to remove them. They just ask, like, who are they? What do they want? Why are they here? You know, are they related? Stuff like that. But other than that, that's pretty much it. So, yeah. Are there any other questions? We made it to 7:30, which I'm tickled to death. I didn't think we'd make it this far. I thought everybody would be like, I'm out. But you guys have been a great crowd. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you so much. But is there anything else do you guys want to know? I don't know why that's all of a sudden red like that. Maybe I need to take that. Maybe I need to turn on the light. Thank you. This was interesting. Miss Penny says, Miss Wendy, you're welcome. Thank you, Penny. Thank you. Whatever you want to share. Well, I mean, we did the topics. And so I guess now that we talked about poltergeist versus spirits versus ghosts, unless you guys have anything else, then the next Thursday's topic is, what is righteous anger? Have you guys ever heard of righteous anger? So I got a lot, like karma work versus awakening. What is conscious living? What does inside reflects the outside mean? Is it magic or is it self-fulfilling manifestation? Talking to the spirits, tarot versus crystal ball versus board versus ghost box, ascension symptoms, how to get started in spiritual work, nurture versus nature, near-death experience and coming back, chakras and healing, pattern areas, astral projection, God, I can't talk. Astral projection and lucid dreaming and shrooms, time travel, ETs, fairies, elements, mermaids, and everything on top of that. Earth's mysteries, Illuminati and how it got started. CERN, meditation practices, zodiac signs and their compatibility. Zodiac signs and who's compatible with them. Compatible, not compatible. Compatible. Intuition, development, manifestation techniques. We got a lot of stuff out here. Law of attraction, universal law, past lives and reincarnation, mythology and archetypes. The fun one. Birth chart and astrology houses, breakdowns of general, the Chinese zodiac, the Native American zodiac, and the birth totem, Myers-Briggs personality indicator, matrix or destiny, relationships, toxics versus healthy, ESP gifts. And then there was another one too that I was going to touch on. I'll think about that. I can't think about that. But anyway, we got a lot of topics here. Did you say CERN? Yeah, CERN is going to be one of the topics. Yeah. Yes, CERN. Do you really believe in vampires and werewolves, or were you just joking? No. I believe that there's vampires and werewolves. And as a matter of fact, in my post If you look, I just posted a video about people talking about vampires in New Orleans and that they were real. I just posted that. Yes. And I have other videos. I didn't save them to the post because I think I think the videos when I was watching them wasn't a topic of interest at the time. But there are a lot of people that have run in with a werewolf. A big werewolf. Big, big, big werewolves. So yes, I believe that werewolves are real. And I believe vampires are real. As a matter of fact, the rabbit hole that I went down, besides New Orleans, the vampires are in Wyoming. On one of the snowy mountains. I can't remember what the mountain was called though. But I mean that would make sense. They're gonna live well besides New Orleans where, you know, you're free to feed because everybody's like, it's New Orleans. But I would guess that if I was a vampire, I would live in the mountains of Wyoming because not a lot of people travel up there. And if you was to bring somebody up there and have a dead body, who's gonna find it? It's up there in the it's up there in the mountains of Wyoming, under a bunch of snow. So, honestly, think about it from their point of view, right? So, so yes, I really believe in vampires and werewolves. I do. As a matter of fact, I don't know why. But there's something in my subconscious that keeps telling me, if you keep pushing the vampire theory, you're probably going to see one. And so I need to not push the theory because I really don't want to run into one, no matter what. So whether they're going to be like, bitch, stop talking about us, you're giving away our secrets. Or whether they're going to be like, and eat me. I don't know. But I don't want to run into one regardless. I don't have nothing to say to one. Raul says, one day a ghost was following us, and we know one rule here in India is never look back and say, let's go. We just walked fast praying, and then we saw a holy place and ran into it. Yeah. And one friend challenged him. Why? Why would you challenge him? That's another thing too I don't get about these people who go into these haunted houses and they're like are you here? Do something to show that you're here. And then they run. It's like, you just told them to do something to show that they were there, and then they make a noise and you're like fucking out of there. It's like, you just told them to do it. They're listening to you. Stand there. Talk to them. It's like, jeez. I was watching one today, as a matter of fact, where they listen to Ghost Box, but they put the earmuffs on where they can't hear anything outside of them. And then they ask questions like out into the room, and the people that are listening to the Ghost box getting answers in the earmuffs. Well, anyway, they had two women on the opposite ends of the house in a witch house, the Owl Witch. And they were, you could tell it was pretty much spot on because they both were getting the same answer, just they wasn't saying it at the same time. But like when one would say, just for instance, one would say blood, then about 30 seconds later, the other one would say blood. And they were like opposite ends of the room. Now, that's one of the things about Ghost Box. A Ghost Box is literally a Ouija board. It's just digital. I would be careful about using Ghost Box, for one. They sat those women down to do those Ghost Box sessions for hours. I would have probably not been doing that either, because that's a good way to get an attachment. So, just saying. But yeah, I don't understand the people that are ghost hunting actually challenge the ghost to do something, and then when it happens they're freaking out. I would never challenge a ghost. I've never challenged a ghost. I'm like, if you're here, make a noise, and if you make a noise, I'm like, thank you. That's all I need. Good with that. I'm moving on. Now, I haven't, no, I'll take that back. I have downloaded a lot of ghost apps for Ghost Box, but I know what I'm doing, and I don't keep them for very long. Now, I have, though, just run a radio, and then a lot of times it's just static noise, you know, that white noise. But then if you slowly run the dial on a radio where you're hitting all of the channels, you can get messages like that. I don't really wouldn't consider that a ghost box, though. I just consider that as manipulating static energy. But I've done that a few times. A lot of times you just don't need that shit. If you have a really good recorder, you can pick up voices and whispers and stuff that you didn't hear with your ears. I went to the Crescent Hotel in Eureka, you know, the haunted Crescent, the hotel. It's 30 minutes from me, and I did spend the night there with my husband. They were running ghost tours, and I didn't join the ghost tour, but I would take pictures around them, which kind of seemed like it pissed them off. I don't know why. I mean, like, just do your thing, you know. I'm not interrupting you. I'm like, you know, 5 doors down just taking pictures of you. But I have caught mists just forming, you know, in my pictures. And the night that we stayed in the Crescent, my husband, he's, you know, like, he believes and stuff like that, but he just pretends like it's not happening. You know, he's one of those people. Like, I believe in it, but if I'm in it, la 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 la, you know, something like that. But that night I couldn't sleep because they were fucking in the bathroom, and that's all you heard was in the bathroom all night long. And every time I'd open the door and I'd close the door, try to go to sleep, and I'd open the door, and I'd close the door, climb in bed, try to go to sleep. And I was like, fuck. So I never got no sleep. Now he slept through it. And I asked him the next day, I said, did you not hear the fucking commotion in the bathroom? No, I went to sleep. Well, I know, you lucky bastard. I didn't. So, but I did catch something at the Crescent. The Crescent is haunted. I would just be very, I guess, I'm not, when I started having grandbabies is when I stopped ghost hunting, because the stuff that followed us home, the grandbaby started seeing, and I was like, I can't have that. I'm not going to do that to grandbabies. So I just stopped ghost hunting altogether. So. Vampires are just like us friends, just they require an unusual diet, nothing to fear. They're not like anything in the movies, right? Yeah, what's the tea? You're right. They're not anything like in the movies. But some of them can be a lot worse than in the movies, and unfortunately, they don't sparkle. Ricky says, yes, vampires are real. I went to college in Grambling. I love New Orleans, and they were in the Caribbean. I believe it, too. And my family is from Rasul Dominica. I believe it. Like, I believe it. I do. I'm just trying to decide whether... who's the oldest vampire? That was actually the rabbit hole that I went down. I was trying to find if there was an older vampire from Dracul. The Romanian, right? Vampire. Dracul, uh, Vlad Dracul. I was seeing if there was anything past his date, and I'm sure that there are, but the thing is that there's no books or there's no evidence of vampires because somebody had to make Vlad or Valkur a vampire, but I didn't find anything. I'm going to tell you though that tarot has been around since 1452. That's how old tarot is. 1452. And the guy that created tarot used it to strategically win wars. That's why there's the kings and queens, the knights, the pages, and then everything down from whatever that was. But tarot cards was around since 1452, and a Catholic bishop made the tarot cards. So you can't tell me that these are cards from Satan. Catholic, Catholic, yeah. They're not very good about being godly, but it was a Catholic bishop that made tarot cards in 1452. I actually did that in homework. So, what's tomorrow about? Tomorrow's back to tarot readings. It's the Free for All Friday, which means it's a me theme for tomorrow. Now listen up. It's a me theme, but you only get to ask one question for free. Anything after that has to be with a super chat. All right. Vampires are not from our planet or our galaxy. The oldest vampire predates humanity. I mean, Tarot, if I guess I had to really think about where vampires came from, who says they're not from a fallen angel? Honestly, the fallen angels are the ones that taught us everything esoteric anyway. And then the reason why they started fearing the giants is because the giants turned on their own flesh and blood and started eating them. So who's to say that vampires weren't created from fallen angels or an offspring of a fallen angel? I mean, I couldn't tell you. So just to let you know, I couldn't tell you. Who's my favorite rapper? Eminem. Hands down. There's nobody that beats Eminem. Nobody that beats Eminem. I do like Tom McDonald though. The Hangover Gang or Hangover Gang, Hog, yeah. He's a pretty good rapper. And then I like candy rappers. I like the Tootsie Roll candy wrappers where if you find the Indian, you used to get a free sucker. I don't know if anybody's that old, but David Palmer? Are you the David Palmer? Just wondering. Hey, H. Based take. I don't know what based take means. I'm not a rapper sort of person. I don't know why you even think I'm into rap. I'm old school rock and roll. The hair bands. David Palmer. You know, like Cinderella, Poison, Rat, Bon Jovi, Metallica. Shit, what's that one I used to listen to when I was stoned all the time? Fuck. There was two bands, and you literally could not understand them unless you were stoned. And I can't remember the names of them. I used to listen to one of them, though. And then but when I listened to them sober, I was like, the fuck are they even saying? I can't remember what they were called. Oh, shit. What was that? Anyway, I'm a hair bands. I'm the roller skating rink hair bands girl. I don't listen to rap. You know what you get when you put country with rap, David Palmer? You get crap. You get crap. So, Cat got your tongue, David Palmer? You just come in to ask me about what my favorite rapper was, and you're like, fuck this bitch. I'm out. Hello? Hello? Anybody there? Under the burning sun, I take a look around. Is there anybody out there? Like, nobody's talking. Are we done? Are we done for the night? It is going on 8 o'clock. If there's nobody asking any questions and y'all are dipping and there's only 9 people in my chat. I like Eminem. Yeah, I like Eminem. He's honestly the best one, hands down. There's nobody better than Eminem. And not because he's white or cute or... I don't even think he's that cute. But, I mean, he can rap. You gotta give him that. So. You got like 16? I only show 8. Rick? You got 16 people? I'm only showing 8 people. What do you think of Ouija boards, Wendy? Well, H, you missed a whole big discussion about that. I was talking about Ouija boards earlier. You're probably just gonna have to listen to the live again. We was actually, oh, it's okay. We was actually talking about Ouija boards. It's okay, H. It's okay. Anyway, Ouija boards are real. I wouldn't fuck with Ouija boards today, now. I was raised on a Ouija board. I was raised using a Ouija board. They never lied. It is true that different people have their different spirits. My mom and my sisters had their own spirits. Like I said, we had notebooks and notebooks and notebooks of messages, and they always came true. So, but now when you look at videos of people that play with the Ouija boards, that kind of shit never happened to us. I don't know. So, did you do the music and movies on cursing people? I don't know what I don't know what that means. Good night, Audie. Good night, Audie. I'll see you on the next one. Tomorrow is tarot readings. Tomorrow is Free for All Friday. Grace, I don't know what you mean by music and movies on cursing people. You mean, did we talk about that? Yeah, I mean, we talked about that earlier. Hello, Olga. So, maybe you missed it. I don't know. But we did talk about it. Oops. Sorry, I dropped you. Sorry. Let me put you back up in here. I didn't mean to drop you. I was trying to get this camera to not be kitty womped. Yes. That I was just asking, and I was late. Oh, sorry. You were right about last week. I kept my mouth shut. I don't even remember what I said, Olga. When I read your cards, and then I'm done for the night, I don't remember anything I said. It's probably part of that channeling. So, God damn it. Can you stop? It's probably part of that channeling thing going on. But I don't remember anything that I said. Okay. Good night, everyone. Good night, Mika. Good night, Mika. So. I think we're going to wrap up the podcast. So I only got 10 minutes. I love you, Miss Penny. Neighbors coming over. I will see you tomorrow. Thank you for everything you do. Miss Penny, you too, babe. I love you. Have fun. Behave yourself. Don't do nothing I wouldn't do. Slayer. Slayer was the one. Thank you. Yes. What's the T tarot? It was Slayer. Thank you. I was like, what? I knew it started with S, but I couldn't remember. Slayer. I used to listen to Slayer. Isn't that crazy? You can't make up anything. You cannot understand a thing that they're saying. It was Slayer. Yeah, Megadeth was the other one. It was just all. So, Slayer. I don't even know why, honestly. I mean, when I hear Slayer now, I'm like, the fuck? I'm going to go see Foghat. It's going to be a fun time, Olga. Hello, No Vlogs. What's up? I guess I ain't going anywhere. Love the Amsterdam, the Netherlands. Crazy place, huh? It's a place of freedom, for sure. I'm in the States. We don't have shit like that. We just don't. And it's sad. Hi from Montreal, Canada. Hello, Tutu. Is it Tutu Zag? Hello. So what you guys want to talk about? Cool glasses? Thanks. They're Dollar General glasses. Because it's just reading glasses. I don't need glasses except to read. So. So anyway, we were talking about witches and spellwork. And then we were talking about Ouija boards and ghosts. Anything you guys want to ask? The diamond on the sides are cool. Yeah, somebody mentioned about that earlier. Said, I like your bling on your glasses. And I was like, thanks. I forget that it's there. Ouija boards are bad? Yes, they are. That's what we were saying. I was at work and I missed everything. You didn't miss anything, H. Do you cast spells yourself? Yes, I do. I put cast. I haven't done it for a while because I've been really busy. But yes, if I'm going to cast a spell, it's going to be on myself. Yes. Yeah. I'm going to upload it anyway, H. So, what do you practice? I mean, nothing. I'm not like, how would I say that? I'm not titled anything. I just know how to manifest. and I know it's about intention. And so the spells that I cast will either be about like another good year, my channel working out, keeping safe, you know. And I understand that bad things got to happen because life is about ups and downs, and I understand that. So if I was going to probably cast a spell, I would just be like, I'll take the bad, but can you protect me, from like really bad stuff? Or I was just telling somebody that the other day. I said you got to be careful about what you ask for, because you could be trying to manifest $50,000, but if you're not careful about how you're trying to manifest $50,000, and you're not specific about how to get that money, then who's to say that your husband or your wife doesn't get in a car accident and it's not their fault and they're a paraplegic, but guess what? You got $50,000. So I think I was saying that yesterday on my tarot readings, that you really need to be careful about when you're asking for something. You need to be pretty clear on how it should land in your lap, because you could, like I said, it could be whatever you ask for. It could be at the detriment of somebody else's life or health or whatever. So it's very important to know how to manifest. But as far as like being a witch, what's the witch that's just kind of like a basic eclectic witch, gray witch? I would say I would be a gray witch too. I don't believe in all love and light, but I wouldn't hex or curse anybody. I would be maybe nudging karma to do its job, though. Like I wouldn't be afraid of that. So, do you cast spells private? What do you mean by private? Like, do I gather around the family and we make a thing of it, or do I just do it by myself? If you're saying, do I do it by myself? Yes, I'm very private. Do I cast spells for other people? No, I do not. No, that is not my karma to take on. I would say no vlogs, that you need to learn how to cast your own spells and do your own spell work, and don't hire anybody to do it. Have you studied any Hermetic philosophy? Um, I've been meaning to. I just never got to it. I've heard of it, and I have heard people talk about it. Um, but no, I don't know what it is. I've never actually laid eyes on any text of it. No. So, I have heard of it, and I have wanted to look into it, but for some reason, I just, other things land in my lap, and I ended up going down other rabbit holes. And by the time I realize it, it's time to do a live, or I got a reading coming up. I just never have time. So, but if I'm saying anything about Hermetic principles, then that's pretty cool. As a mother, is there anything paranormal or metaphysical about childbirth? No. And as a matter of fact, tarot readers should never read cards on children. And it's because children until they're the age of 5 to 7 kind of are in both worlds. They're kind of like in the spirit world, and they're kind of like on the earthly plane. That's why they're so susceptible to seeing ghosts or shit happening to them, is because they're not really solidified as a human, I guess, somehow. Like they have a soul and they have a spirit, but they're not really who they are, because they haven't been conditioned by laws and rules and school and learning. They're just like a free spirit. And so that's why I would never ever tarot read on anybody that was under 5 or 7, anywhere from 5 to 7. I wouldn't tarot read on that. So, but if your babies are experiencing paranormal or they got shit in their bedroom moving around, chase that shit out. That's what I would do. Hello, fishy. Hello, fishy. That's what I would do. I would chase that shit out. When it comes to children being bothered by anything that disrupts their innocence, I get pretty pissed off. So, I'm a big mama bear when it comes to that. Paranormal or otherwise. Can I pray for you? Why, of course. Why would you not want to pray for me? And I will pray for you too. Renewed. And I will pray for you too. Of course. You never... Who would be stupid enough to turn down a free prayer? That's dumb. That's dumb. I need a free prayer. Renewed, can you please put in a prayer for Fish Fingers? Please. He is one hot guy. A demon? Where? Where's a demon? Me? You? All of you? Here? There? Everywhere? How did you meet your husband? I've never known anyone married for so long. Funny story. I just got divorced from my second husband and had moved away from the town that we lived in. Went back to school, went back to college, and that associate's degree was actually my medical degree. I got 2 degrees in associates. I got computer tech and I got med tech. And I'm also a farm tech. But I digress. So I had moved back with my best friend who had a double wide, but they had a wood burning stove. And I was a master at splitting wood. I had been splitting wood ever since I've moved to Arkansas when I moved in with my uncle, who also had a wood burning stove for heat. And I was very active, 16, 17, 18, not like bodybuilder built, but I was pretty active and I, had some pretty good muscle for a girl. But he would make me split wood. Not make me. He actually taught me. He actually taught me like the big pieces that are as big as I don't know, box fan. He actually taught me how to look for the cracks and he said it makes like a star from the middle. And he actually got me my own maul. And if you know what a maul is, it's a wedged like a axe, but the top side is flat. And then you hit the maul with a sledgehammer. And when you do that, you crack that wood. And I actually had to bust up wood with a maul and a sledgehammer. And that's how I split wood. That's how I learned to split wood. And then, I don't know, it's like that's just became the norm for me. And everywhere I went, I had a wood burning stove. And so no matter where I lived, I had to split wood. It just became a thing. And I loved it because it's good exercise, honestly. So when I moved back with my best friend back here to Green Forest from Kingston, when I got divorced from my second husband, and I didn't have a place to go, so I lived with her. We lived together, but she had a big double-wide trailer. And our kids were back brothers and sisters anyway because she was my best friend. I lived with her for a while. Well, I was outside splitting wood when Larry, a friend, which is now my cousin-in-law, and David, my husband, came by, and I was outside splitting wood. And he saw me splitting wood, and he was like, that's the woman for me. And then the rest is history. So, Have you ever heard of karmatic children? Or something about the kids you have with someone that was supposed to teach you a lesson, but you wouldn't leave them alone no matter what they did? No. Grace, I don't even know what that is. I know that children pick you as a parent from heaven before you have them. I believe that. I believe that we pick our parents before we're born. I don't believe that like we really understand the shit show that some parents can put you through, but I do believe that we probably are in heaven and we karmically tie ourselves to parents, and that maybe we're supposed to teach them a lesson, or I don't know. I think a lot of karmic is about you being a shitty person in one life where you have to come back and learn your lesson, and maybe whatever you're going through now, you were actually on the other end of that in the last life. So that's what I think. So, but I don't know about supposed to teach you a lesson. I don't know. I think everybody in your life is a lesson. Like you're either their lesson or they're yours. I think that's everybody. Whether that's a cousin, a friend, a boyfriend, a girlfriend, the dog. I think everything in your life is either you teaching them a lesson, they teaching you a lesson, or both. It can be both. Both can be true. So that's what I think. Amen. Now, renewed, do you say amen? Do you say amen? Or do you say amin? Because I've heard India people say amin. Amin for amen. So lessons or blessings? Lessons, Grace. Before you go, what's your sun, moon, rising? My rising and my regular sign are Aquarius, and my moon sign is Cancer. And I think that I'm very, 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 very glad for that. And here's why. Because Aquariuses are so highly intellectual and Cancers are so emotionally deep that I think I got the best of both worlds, honestly. I think I can be very intellectual, but I'm not where I'm always in my head, and I can be in my heart space in the Cancer moon enough to have feelings and be vulnerable and share. So I think I got the best of both worlds. I do. I do. I honestly do. I think if I was going to be anything, I'm glad I got that pair. So you say amen. Okay. Would you be willing to seek Yahweh renewed? Let's not. No. Now you're pushing your boundaries. Renewed. Now you're pushing boundaries. Don't do that. Don't do that to anybody. Nobody deserves that from you. If people want to find Jesus on their own, they can find Jesus on their own. They know how. I'm a Pisces sun, Virgo moon, born on the full moon, lunatic. Reminds me of that song. Da 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 da. What is that song? Or is it all just lunacy? Moon baby. It's moon baby. Let's take a blast to the moon, baby. Something like sitting around. How I'm craving you. Yeah. Every time I'm near you. Moon baby. I love that song. I love that song. How was my day today? It was really good and quiet. It was. You're a Pisces? I get along with Pisces. Your music taste rocks. Thanks, H. Let's take a blast to the moon, baby. Guess my sign. Ooh, fishy. I don't know. I'm not really good about guessing signs, honestly. I'm just picturing your face. What would you be? I don't know. I mean, I think you kind of remind me of a Pisces too, or Scorpio, by your dark hair and your eyes. But with that being said, I don't know. Maybe you could be a fire sign too. Sagittarius, Aries, Leo. I can see you being a Leo. So, what are you? Scorpio. I see. I knew it. I said by your looks. Pisces or Scorpio. Mm-hmm. Pisces and Scorpio always have the dark hair and the really beautiful eyes. So. But my best friend's a Scorpio. So, third, do you have dark hair and beautiful eyes? Because you're a Pisces. I had an ice cube come up. I have dark brown hair and hazel blue eyes. Yep. Yep. I think Fishy does too. My hair is super long and I have hazel eyes. Yep. Same. All right. Bye, H. Tomorrow is Free for All Friday, but it's a me theme and you only get one question. If you're going to ask more than one question, you got to super chat. What do we have? 11 in here? 8. Well, if you guys don't have any more questions, though, I guess we'll just get off here. Close up shop. Are you guys good to go? Those of you that are in here, you ready to go? The podcast turned out better than I thought, so I'm actually pretty happy. No, 5 more minutes. Okay, Fish. What you want to talk about, Fishy? What's on your mind? Nah, Fish says 5 more minutes. We'll give him 5 more minutes. You're welcome. We need a topic to think about, though, or talk about. Any plans for the weekend? Wait. Yeah, I think the plan is to finally get my kitchen sink done. We got to put in, but we never put the drain or the water to it yet. I think we're going to be doing that this weekend. It's supposed to be cold. We got a nice cold snap coming in, I think, Sunday morning. It's supposed to be knocking the temps back down in the teens and single digits. Fuck. I hate that shit. Hi, Noel. So what do you do for work, Fish? If you don't mind me asking. What do you do for work? Oh, you're an engineer. Did you go to school for that? And how long did you go to school for that? You travel a lot? Are you your own boss or do you work under somebody's name? How I'm craving you. Yeah. Now I have that song in my brain. Every time I'm near you. I'll be right here if you need me. I work in the manufacturing industry. So basically, customers buy our machine and I go and train them. I get it. Okay. I cover all of the US and Mexico. Damn. Rick, Wendy, I got an interview for that job I applied for early next week. I strongly believe I have a good chance getting it from everyone I've talked to at work. I hope you get it, Rick. You deserve it. Hello, Aishika. It's going well. We just got done doing the podcast. We're just hanging out, visiting. Next time I'm in your area, hopefully we can go for some tacos. I have a good place for you. It's called actually it's called Christmas Taco. Um because it's called Taco Navidad. And I think Navidad is like Christmas. So the name is Christmas Taco, but they have another name for it. What do they call that place? But it's authentic tacos. Authentic Mexican. It's very authentic. It's called Christmas Taco, but a lot of people don't call it Christmas Taco. Well, as a matter of fact, a lot of people didn't even know it was called Christmas Taco. I had to tell them. That's really Christmas Taco. If you have one, what's your favorite crystal to have around you? Well, I'm for the amethyst. I am for the amethyst. And this is actually right out of the caves of Arkansas. This one's a good one. Sorry, maybe too close. And yeah, I like my rose quartz. And I got, this is actually Lumerian crystal. Lumerian crystal. And this is selenite. I got a selenite wand. I got lots of them around me, actually. I got tourmaline, or I think that's what it is, tourmaline. And I think that's it. So that's what I got around me. Are you a psychic? Yes, I am. Yes. And that other one is gorgeous. Which one? Third. Oh, the one that just came out of the Arkansas caves. Yeah, I think it's. I mean, I believe it's crystal, or yeah, it's naturally they busted out of, river rock. But A lot of people come to Arkansas to get these out of the caves here. So, what Arkansas do you live by? If you look at Harrison, Arkansas, and then you go southwest, I'm in Green Forest, Arkansas. If you're from Arizona, are you in Sedona where all of the ley lines are and it's a magical place to be? Oh yeah, I got these two. So this is a cat's eye rose amethyst, or rose quartz cat's eye. That's a cat's eye rose quartz. And then I got a amethyst cat's eye. These are my favorites too. You're about 40 minutes from Sedona. Do you go there a lot? Sedona is supposed to be a very magical place. When do you come to California? I've been invited to come to California more times than I can shake a stick at, which is really weird because I've always said I wouldn't come to California. But I've had a lot of people on the channel, even the one that gave me this necklace and the unicorn that you guys see. He lives in California. He said I could stay with him. Fish, I'm pretty sure if I went to California, I could stay with you. There was somebody that lived in Vegas that said I could stay with him. So, you know, if I decided to take off and travel all of the states, I believe I would have some place to go. So, I do believe that. Even Third says I can go and be with Third and she'd take me to Sedona. That would be epic. I know, it's like, if I was single, I'd probably be on the road right now. Travel the whole USA. For reals. For realsy reals. I don't think my husband would understand, though. By the way, husband, I'm going to go stay with the guy in California for a while. I don't know. I wouldn't think that would fly. I know, fishy. I know it. You wouldn't be safe around me, though, that's for sure. Hello from South Florida. Where you at? See? I'm in Arkansas. I'm in the Ozarks. As a matter of fact, I live right off a mountain. So I'm higher elevation. And anytime our area gets snow, we get the double the snow. So. Hello, nobody from Brisbane, Australia. First time I ever saw a bat was in Arkansas. I didn't actually see him. I just swung. Yeah. He's probably catching mosquitoes. We have, not now, but in the summertime, the street lights that we have out on the driveway, you can see the bats just. So. Right now it's 43 degrees. We had a cold snap coming in. Down from Canada, it's going to hit across the plains of South Dakota, Iowa, Missouri, Kansas. It'll hit us. By the time it hits us, we'll probably be in the 20s for the high and probably in the teens for the low. Coming in Saturday night, Sunday morning. Now, if it's not brutally cold because we got some northerly wind, it's pretty good right here. It's around 30-40 degrees. So, it's not that bad. Lots of bats. I have lots of bats too because of the mountain. It's got a lot of caves. The little bats, though. We're not talking the big bats. They're little bats. They're probably that big. They're not big bats. I was in Minnesota and it was -5. I believe it. I used to live in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. And the last winter that I spent there before I moved to Arkansas was -78. -78. And they're supposed to be doing that again. This Arctic blast that they're getting, I think they said like -40 this coming up week. 63 degrees. Ooh, that's cold. That's cold. I'm at 43 degrees. So, Fishy, are you heading home or are you on the road just trying to make it to your next motel or hotel? What's going on? I lived in Fairbanks. Haven't heard negative temps like that since then. Yeah. Yeah, when I left South Dakota, that was back in 1986, because I graduated in 89. So, back in 1986 was the last time I spent a winter like that in South Dakota. So, California cries if it gets below 65. I believe it. I didn't find out the water bugs fly until I moved to Arkansas. I know we have them in the pool all the time. I'm like, son of a bitch. I just cleaned this shit out. Get the fuck out of here, because they bite. They hurt when they bite. I hate water bugs. They told you to stay home for a month. Are you ready? I know. I hate water bugs too. Because they can they can get in the water. They don't just skim the water. They can get in the water and bite you. Because they can. How do you think they get in pools? Where are they coming from? I don't have water bug nests that I'm raising them. I clean out the pool every day in the summer. And yet I have 3 or 4 water bugs every day. I'm like, where are they coming from? I like my desert for a reason. I gotta, look, I don't like to be really, really hot either. I don't. Being hot pisses me off. If I would rather be anything, I would rather be cold. Because I can always put layers on. But when I'm hot, I can't run around naked and I can't take off my skin. So, I hate being hot. That's why I got a pool. I love the pool. And the pool's always in the shade, so the water stays cold. But I don't like to be hot. I don't like to sweat. No. It's cold upstate here, about 50, 60 during the day and down in the teens at night. That's quite a drop, though. Dadgum. Hattie, me too. I love the cold. Well, I don't love it as much as I used to. And Hattie, when you get older, and you get older, and you get older, and you get older, and you get older, you're not going to like the cold as much. Because it starts hurting your joints. And I don't mean rolled up joints that you smoke. I mean your knees, your elbows, your fingers. It hurts my joints. You are not old, fish. You're just a baby. You're just a baby. Yep. It's hell to get old when it's cool. It is. It's the worst. It's like a double fucking conundrum too. The older you get and it gets cold, your elbows and your knees and your shoulder, if you got a bad shoulder, from splitting wood, um, and your arthritis. But in the heat, when you're older, you get rashes in weird places. Fucking pisses me off. I turned 8 this year. Can you guess how? And the answer isn't I'm actually 8. You turned 8 this year. You're 44? 4 plus 4 is 8? Leap year? Well, I mean, he can't actually be 8 and be on my channel anyway. It is leap year. When's leap year? That was last year, wasn't it? Last February was leap year. Oh, yeah. Right. I got you. How can redistributive fiscal policies balance equitable economic outcomes, market efficiency, and political legitimacy amid rising global inequality and corporate influence? Petone, look here. Go do your own homework. All right? We're not in school. You need to go do your own homework. You should have left it alone, Sniper. It's okay. Petone, go do your own homework. All right? If we wanted homework to do, we would all be in college still. Yeah, sure you did. Look, the essay paper is due tomorrow, and we can't help it that you sat around for 2 weeks and didn't do it. Please, get your nose in your book and get your essay paper done. The dog that lost its way, with that teacher with the blunt bangs and the really thick forehead or really thick eyebrows. And when you come in, what was she doing? Eating chalk or something like that? Or drinking glue? Fucking movie. I thought we could have an intellectual convo. Sure you did. Yeah, sure you did. Yeah, eating glue. Oh, thanks, Fishy. You're not weird. You're not weird. You're not weird. Once upon a time, back in the day, it was quite the looker. But, time. Time. So it's okay. You're not so bad yourself, like I said. I tell everybody in chat you're hot. So, you're welcome, Fishy. You should thank your parents, not me. You should thank your parents. They're the ones who made you. Who do you look like most, your mom or your dad? I'm going to say mom. I'm guessing that you look more like your mom. Am I right? I'm using an old dog laying on the front porch sleeping in the sunspot. What are you using him for, Rick? A footrest? Yeah, I would think that you look like your mom too, but I don't know why I know that. I'm not like imagining your mom. But when I see your face, that's what I get. I get that you look like your mom. Oh, I'm just an old dog sleeping in the front porch in the sunspot. What? What is it? Oh, okay. Just put it on the counter. Raisins, a bag of raisins can't be that heavy. Claire just let all the puppies in. Good night, I love you. That Virgos, they never say I love you. Hang on. I had to yell at her. Claire, I said I love you. What? She's walking home. I can see her out my window. Virgos. Who was asking me about crystals? Was that you, Third? Who was asking me about the crystals? I forgot to show them 2 more on my. Yeah, Third. Let me show you these 2 things too that my sister got me. You'll love them. So she got me this owl. It's got crushed stone in it. It's got crushed like amethyst and rose quartz and citrine and whatever else. It's all crushed together and then they coated it. But anyway, so it makes this owl. My sister got me that. And then she got me another one here. One moment. It's a dragon. So this has crushed amethyst in it too. And it is a Chinese dragon. I know you probably can't really see the detail. I don't know how to make it. Trying to make it focus. But anyway, there it goes. It's kind of got like a little piggy nose, but anyway, she got this for me too. It's got crushed amethyst in it. And then they coated it. Because amethyst for an Aquarius, you know, that's our birthstone. So did you make that thing? Nope. My sister got it for me. My sister got them for me. I don't know where she got them. And then the owl. The owl is crushed stone, gemstones. See that? It's all crushed together. You guys can hear the puppies, sorry. So, no, my sister bought them for me. She got me 2 Onks kitty cats too. Or 2 tourmaline? I don't know. Kitty cats. One's name is Onyx and the other one's Salem. But they're little matching kitty cats. Yeah. Bye, fish. Have a good night, fishy. Have a good night, hon. I have a giant dragon holding crystal ball that changes colors when we were in London on vacations. You still have it, Hattie? Cool. I bet it is pretty. I like anything that changes color. That's why I'm really big about prisms in the window. I love color. I love shiny. Shiny. All right. Well, there's only 9 of us here. I think I'm going to close up shop. Thank you for being here. Thank you for chit-chatting with me. Thank you for hanging out. And I will see you. Tomorrow is Free For All Friday. If you're interested, means you can ask me any question that you want. And you get a detailed reading. Other than that, next podcast, next Thursday's podcast is probably going to be What is Righteous Anger? All right. So I love you all. And yes, Thursdays is the only podcast days. Sunday is a free tarot reading. Monday is a free tarot reading. Tuesday is a free tarot reading. Wednesday is a free tarot reading. Thursday's podcast. Friday is a free tarot reading. The only thing different about Friday is if you ask me another question, you have to pay for it on a super chat. Then they're themed readings, so all you have to do is just put me in chat. So Sunday is Soul Searching Sunday. Monday is Masquerade Monday, What's Hidden. Tuesday is called Taco Tuesday. Is it going to be a hard week or a soft shell week? Wednesday is What the Fuck Wednesday. Thursday's podcast, and Friday's Free For All. So anyway, that is the readings. Normally they start at 2 p.m. Central Time, except for Monday is at 4 or at 5, and Thursday is at 5 because I have to pick up my grandbaby from daycare. So thank you so much for being here. Make sure you guys like and subscribe. You can share the channel. I don't mind that at all. And I will see you on the flip side. All right. You guys have a good night. Thank you for the fuck. Saw a shadow go by my window. All right. Anyway, so most shadow people on Ouija boards and shit like that probably brought something in. Anyway, I love you all. And stay safe and stay dry and stay warm. And I will see you tomorrow. Thank you so much for being here. Good night.